fridge on fridges on roller skates.
I don't think you're supposed to fridge people.
Nah.
When you said fridge people, I was thinking like sentient refrigerators.
Speaking of, hello everyone, I'm Andy Stringer, also known as Corbinian. This is the Electric Metropolis video game tour, and today we are playing some Star Trek adventures in our series of Star Trek Survey Expedition Delta, Adventures of the USS Bonaventure in the Dawnland Fringe, and our hopeful conclusion of our season finale as the crew of the Bonaventure are on the planet, braving a very difficult planet that is being utterly ravaged by the rage of a singular person that threatens the entire star system, but they still have yet to rescue the away team of a sister ship, the Haida. Sister ship, strong wording, a allied ship, a fellow Starfleet ship. And last we left off, they had rescued at phaser point and artillery fire a envoy of the Breen. So we slip back down to planet side. We cut away. We get back to the winds whipping around as we come back to a 3-threat game where the Bonaventure is within atmosphere below the Thorion layer of the upper atmosphere. Still being whipped around by wind and snow, but they're a starship. They'll be fine. With an away team, with the security detail, everyone in EVA suits, aside from Dekka, because Dekka is in their EVA suit. That is their box. And Envoy Zen has been strapped to a stretcher. And they slowly begin to wake up. And they begin struggling in their restraints as security tightens the bands a little bit and tries to explain to him that he is detained, he's safe. And kind of look to their superior officers like, what do we do with this guy? Because he's clearly fighting to get out of his restraints.
We have to keep moving. Can we beam him up?
Not safely.
That's part of why you decided to put him to a stretcher and bring him with you.
Okay, then she's going to look over, lean over the stretcher and say to him, "We are not going to harm you. We have to incapacitate you and detain you on a temporary basis so that you are not harmed and do not harm us during the duration of our rescue mission. You shall be released upon our return to the Bonaventure."
I can't stay here. She'll kill me. You gotta let me go. She'll kill us all. As you hear the warbling getting very loud and distorted, you're pretty sure your translator missed a few words. But it did what it could.
Who will kill us?
Presence, medicine, difficulty 2. He's starting to get a little delirious. Because he starts repeating himself, and your translator is like word unknown at you every so often.
I assume that's me who's making that roll. Presence, medicine, you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Take a threat.
Taking threat?
I don't have a focus for this, but I do actually have a decent skill line for this. Oh my god. Oh my god.
That's 100% with whipping sauce.
You know what? I can't believe I'm spending it this early in the session, but I have a value that is pitch perfect for this. Be not afraid.
As you try to communicate that value to him. Yeah, I see it. Come on, all zeros again. Come on, that would have been like 3 trouble on its own.
Nope, that's 2. And I think I get to actually spend that to a I think I can do a callback on that. Yeah, be not afraid to communicate with... Oh, no, never mind. I already called that episode back. Oh, well.
Well,
Would
yeah.
you like your value? Would you like your determination back?
Because what would it cost? To
3
do
threat.
So?
3 threat.
Three threat? Ugh, yeah. I'm willing to spend the 3 threat.
All right,
Which-
then have it.
Yeah.
Because we kind of need everyone to have every option available for this mission. So take it. You're our navigator.
Woof. That makes up for like multiple sessions of my rolls just being pretty good. Like
You're
I
able
to do that.
You are able to communicate to the Breen to calm down, to not be afraid, and you believe it. Like, despite how scary this is, despite the planet warbling under your feet, you know how dangerous this is, and he surely knows it from our personal experience because he had to walk through this on his own. He kind of slowly slows down. You hear, like, clicking noises inside his helmet. And then he just kind of lays back on the stretcher and just lays there breathing for a bit.
Doctor, this this envoy appears to be in a certain amount of distress.
Yeah. Good job with what you've done so far, Lieutenant. I'll take it from here. As the doctor will begin scanning the brain.
Use impulse medicine, difficulty 2. As you give him a quick scan, as you give him a new scan, because last time you were able to determine that he just got very badly stunned and he would come around, which he's done that. But now you have a different problem. A different problem.
Reason medicine.
Yeah.
Medical technology focus here.
Yes.
Soothing presence is a trait here. Potentially.
Yeah, I'd take that. Yeah.
Right.
I would take that for $1. Well, an admiral from the future is helping us out. That's 2
I know,
momentum.
right? And she has much better medicine and reason than last we checked.
Well, it's their future tech, you see. Total violation
yeah.
of temporal directives, though. But no, you're able to scan, and you do have a struggle of, because you don't really have a great baseline for brain physiology and psychology. But near as you can tell, it looks like the brain has stabilized, and it looks like they've modified their internal Evo suit, their internal environment, to be a little colder to let in some of the cold air from outside. And they seem to be breathing. Essentially, they did the EVA equivalent of opening a window and taking in fresh air. This level of cold for any that clearly indicates this species seems to be very prefers this level of cold. So it's actually somewhat refreshing for it to breathe in outside air for a bit.
Okay.
Which then raises the question why they're bothering to wear the EVA suit in the first place if this is their ideal environment, but
That's a question for another day.
you may ask additional questions with your momentum if you wish.
No, I think I'm good to stockpile up some momentum here.
The baseline, of course, is that Envoy Zen is fine. He's calmed down. He's finding ways to calm himself down and not freak out as much. So he is lucid. and awake as well. It's pretty cold, and they're strapped to a strip of duranium, so they're not really going anywhere.
Not great, but
Yeah. Patient is stable, Commander. I suggest we continue on.
Very good. If he causes any further problems, sedate him. Decca, identify the path to the landing party. We must keep moving.
Aye, Commander. Oh yeah, that's right. We were doing like a whole extended task thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a second to pull that up.
You're at 8 of 16. Your first breakthrough was encountering Envoy Zen. So you had to figure out what you were going to do with him. And you have done so.
Would you consider this task going forward, requiring precise calculations to navigate this region?
I would say so, because you're trying to be careful as you're navigating the snow dunes and the whipping winds, and you're trying to stay away from obvious hazards.
Yeah. Cool. My first die is free, and I'll spend the 2 momentum on the board to buy a 4th. Hazardous environments focus.
Yep. 1 and 2.
What is the difficulty of this again? It's
5.
something con.
I have a suggestion to make if it doesn't derail us too much.
You certainly has.
I think we were getting assistance from the ship before.
Can I take a time to create a plan of action?
You have one from last time, don't you? Oh, that was separating the ship and the your ship going down, the other ship going up, but not necessarily this particular problem. You could establish a plan of action if you wanted, unique to this problem.
Because that will help you on multiple rolls.
Okay.
And to answer the question about the ship assisting, that was if Killick was assisting you from the ship, then one could reasonably presume that the captain's using the ship's systems to help you. Therefore, the ship would assist for free.
Yeah. Okay.
That's what I was looking for. I was going to assist you, then I realized I can give you something way more useful, and still assist on top of that. So. The plan should be to prioritize extracting the crew first, and second, handling the starfolk.
I'll call that Control Command Difficulty 2. So you give very specific orders to your crew and away team.
And strategy and tactics.
Yep.
Take a 3. Assist from the ship because of command ship.
Wow.
Generating 3 momentum so far. You have a comp on the table.
You can take it. Not in threat. The other thing.
Okay. Track will tick up by 1 to 3.
And command ship can allow me to apply this to the landing party, even though they are not. So if I for some reason, if I'm no longer in a scene with them, it still applies.
Yeah, I follow you.
So I think that's 3 momentum. So back to Deca. Or I guess I don't know. The trait should be something like prior. Oh, did you already get it?
Yeah,
You
check.
did. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So back to Deca.
Hey. Okay.
I love it when the captain derails things by helping you. Freaking captains. Jeez.
Right.
You're supposed to sit up there
I'm
and
still
look
doing-
pretty and stare into the middle distance and stroke your chin. That's what TOS taught us.
Yeah. With Chiaroscuro mood lighting.
That's not true. They actually
I am
helped a lot
going
up there, but anyway.
I'm gonna spend, still spending 2 momentum because my first die is free. I am going to put my trait of Keen Navigator towards the resistance.
So it zeroes it out.
Diff 5. Okay.
And then putting the plan of action, the only place left is difficulty.
Cool.
And did you call it a
I
trait
take
as
that.
well, Deca, before I get too far?
Hmm?
I thought I called it an extra trait as well. No, you used it to get takedown resistance. Never mind. I'm awake. I promise you.
Alright, here we go. I have a reroll from Cautious. I will reroll that 0. Uh-oh.
Any assistance?
Yeah. I don't think I really have a focus. But a ship. Hey, help.
One ship.
Minute. Is this Sensors Con or Sensors Science?
It would be Sensors Con. You're helping them navigate.
No.
Not a comp. Although, wait, does the sensors give me a reroll?
I don't.
Or is that only while I'm at the station?
Under what ruling?
No.
Like, do you mean the ship or one of your own abilities?
No, there's a ship thing that I think lets
So-
me reroll a die. I just don't remember the strict wording of it.
Yeah, I wouldn't take it because it's worded for astrometrics and stellar stuff. Like, I don't see how stellar
Yeah, it
cartography
does.
base helps you with planetary navigation.
It does. It does say when you're at navigation.
Okay.
And attempt to test to plot a course or map a region of space, but you're not there. And even
Yeah.
if I was there, I'm not the one
No.
attempting a task. I'm only assisting a task.
Yeah.
That feels like a failure to me, unless you're spending yet another determination to try to dig your way out of this.
Ooh.
The worst that'll happen is the trouble track will advance. Because it's a failed
I
roll.
mean, I think it
Hmm?
entirely up to you, Deca. But if we if we have time to waste, then we can waste a little bit of time. I don't want to continue to dig resources into this when we can just try again. Because we have the trouble track is only at 3 of 25, so like, you know, be a room.
Okay. Alright, I'll let that be a whiff then.
So
As I assume we just kind of walk around aimlessly for a bit.
yeah, that's largely what it is. It's just okay, over this dune we'll be fine, and that's a chasm.
Get the...
We have to
Come
go
on.
around.
Alright, getting the most out of all the B-roll we shot.
I think
we
I think
shot on location in Alaska. We're gonna get everything we can.
I think my favorite episode of Seinfeld is the one where they're walking around this endless parking garage and they can't figure out where they parked. And Kramer's carrying like an air conditioner because there's a heat wave. And for like 40 minutes, they're just walking around trying to figure out like where on earth it was their car. And just like we're just walking around like, where on earth is this damn landing party?
Dragging around this guy in a thing.
Exactly. Oh, he's an air conditioner.
We're even dragging around the air conditioner.
We are.
So yeah, you spend a significant amount of time before you realize you have to reconsider your course. You're not getting you're taking way too long getting where you're going, so you have to rethink how you're getting there. But before that, something bad happens. I have threat, and I can pick on you a little bit.
Hey, you have a lot of that.
You all notice that the winds begins picking. You notice that where you've gone has led you to a place where it is like a natural. It was a natural chasm that was widened by the destructive forces of what's going on here, and you see the wind just picks up and rips out chunks of loose rock and starts whipping it around, and you start retreating away from it because that seems very dangerous. But that will be, this is personnel levels, so notepad please, so I can do the math faster. It's personal, not starship, so we want it to be 1, 2, thank you very much. Oh, it's super hot. 1 severity, 2 severity, 3 severity. Ooh, it's actually pretty expensive to do this to all of you. And you might dodge it. You know what? Fine. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. You all are facing, and I'll increase the difficulty of what I'm doing. To escape the raging rain of rocks and crystals of this alien world, as you need to get away from this, and it's attacking basically all of you, except the captain. You're too high up. Can't attack you that high. Or rather, even if I did, I'm attacking at a personnel scale, so the natural shields go plink. Like, hey, things are hitting us. Okay. Things are hitting us all the time.
Neat.
We're a starship.
Neat. Cool.
You're looking at Fitness Con difficulty 3, or you will suffer severity 3 damage. Non-lethal though, because it's not. It's just big rocks and crystals. And that is for each of you, because you're all fleeing away from the storm. That said, Killick is able to assist anybody because you don't have to make a check, so you're free to help other people from your vantage point.
I'm currently carrying Dekka, so Dekka doesn't move. So why would they have to roll here?
Oh yeah, they are dependent on your success. If you fail, Dekka fails with you, so Dekka has to assist you.
I apologize, Dekka.
It's all right. My fitness con is only 10, which like.
You're the con officer. Wait, what is
My
your fitness score?
7. I'm in
Okay.
a box.
Okay, you're right.
Can
Fair enough.
are you, instead of assisting for a roll up front to use the tractor beams inverted to start pushing at some of this stuff?
You
fling
could,
it away.
you could, because you could lower the difficulty for them, all of them, because you're basically blasting. Yeah. You're trying to shove all of it back into the crevasse.
Just like there's a wall of stuff getting thrown at you. Now there's a wall in front of that wall.
I would call that control plus. Wow, my brain just shut right off. Security. I almost said weapons. I'm like, no, that's incorrect. I'll keep it.
Yeah, I used my arc to give Killick phasers. He has a phaser array on his forehead now.
Yes. So yes, Killick, you can preempt this
like
problem with control security difficulty 2, assisted by ship's weapon security, as you give orders to unleash the repelling force of your tractor beam to try to preserve the away team. And this is basically making a trait, but I'm not going to bother writing it down because it's a one-off single task problem. So, but essentially that's what you're doing. In essence. And I'm not going to worry about this tractor beam being strong enough. This tractor beam is meant for starships. It will absolutely push a bunch of rocks into the ground.
I'm going to use some momentum.
How dare you? How much momentum?
Just one.
Oh, okay. Well, you made it so far. Come on, ship, help me out. Give me a comp. Come on, ship, do it. I believe in you. Aw. I forgot I'm supposed to insult the ship for it to help me.
Yeah.
So yeah, the difficulty, as you're running away, you see a big boong of massive blue light particles start slapping down a huge chunk of all the rocks. So you're actually dealing with still quite a few coming at you, but a significant number has been basically knocked out of the way, or prevented from getting at you. And you can see it like swirling around in place, and then you can hear the loud crack, 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 crack as they're being shoved into the rock face below.
And if one of you fails, it won't be the end of the world, because what I actually did use the arc from last week to get was precautions.
So you can save people from an injury.
But only one of you. And if I do that, something else comes up this scene. So.
Yep.
Alright. You're looking at Fitness Con, difficulty 2.
Fitness
I have
Con.
an 11.
I'm rocking a 13.
Hey.
Yeah, so I can do this first and see if I can generate some momentum. 13. I don't think I have a focus in this. What would you even be looking for in a focus?
Something athletic, something endurance based, something about
is
movement.
Free climbing close enough?
I wouldn't. You have Deca in your hands. Otherwise, I would imagine in my head you dropping to the ground and like gripping into the ground and quickly trying to climb sideways. But you have Deca in your hands, so I don't think you could do that reasonably. Because he's basically the size of a food crate or something like that. It would take. I would imagine take both your hands. Of course, if you drop Deca, I'd let you use it.
Yeah. Just leave it. Just leave the air conditioner behind.
Commander, where are you going?
Throws them at the rocks.
Well, that just makes him like a bomb, because if he cracks, or if they crack open, then we all die. So, all right.
That's true. You do not want Deca's thing to break up.
All right, 1 threat, 2 momentum, rolling 4 dice with a 13. Okay. That's gonna have to be good enough for me. I apologize, not only did I not make any momentum, I actually took momentum away.
Deca, you can assist if you wish, but you are currently safe because Atrium's running with you. You can't use fitness, though, because that doesn't make any sense. It has to be something con.
Could he be using, or could they be using con to help me navigate?
Yeah, Reason Con.
Reason con, yeah. As you it's like, well, what else are you gonna do? You basically turn on your scanner and start yelling out warnings to Atrium like a
hazardous environments focus.
Yes.
I'm rolling with a 15.
Hey!
Oh,
Nice.
I narrowly got that too.
Because the majority of the away team made it, the security team will also make it. So that just leaves Ilithia in danger. And by extension, Zen's safe
Yeah.
because they're dragging around Zen.
Mm-hmm.
We're doing great. We're doing great, everyone.
Yeah, I'm seeing what I have for this. Not much, as it turns out.
In the past, were you ever some kind of like like one of those people at the carnival that has to like dodge knives or something?
No.
I was thinking, were you a contestant on Wipeout or something?
Don't give me this. That doesn't make sense. Ass opponent was. You've literally done everything. You're like hundreds of years old. Anything is possible.
Sure. But I'm gonna be reasonable
Like
about it.
3,000 years old.
Yeah.
Reasonable about it, though.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out if I can come up with a good thing for esoteric experience here to change this from a contest into something else. But my only good scores are engineering and medicine. And I'm really having trouble figuring out something for those two right now.
My only suggestion for engineering would be like sacrificing the transporter inhibitors and like doing some quick jury rigging to like make it send out some kind of pulse or something that pushes a bunch of stuff away. Like a little protective bubble for half a second for you and the envoy.
Do we want to sacrifice the transport enhancers though? Not really.
No.
Depends on how bad your con score is.
It's a 1.
I would say it would eat a charge. I wouldn't kill your whole thing because those things are pretty powerful. But still, that's one charge that you won't get back.
Mm-hmm.
And you already used one.
Means
You're down to 2 charges.
You're not doing anything else but using it to get out with everybody.
Yeah. Okay, so I figured out a possible engineering argument here for fitness engineering. We're dealing with like hazardous winter weather conditions, essentially, right?
And intense winds throwing rocks around, yeah.
Yeah. Can I use my experience having done bridge building in the Alps at some point in the past?
Yeah, but my idea was really beyond the pale, huh?
Oh no! Oh no! What?
Now the question is, what?
Why do you say this reminds me of when I was hiking the Alps with Hannibal?
The question then becomes why would engineering help you in that case, as opposed to con? Because normally the problem would be to run away or build a shelter, I guess.
Doing very quick, like attaching and detaching of like cable stays effectively. That's what I'm thinking.
Basically, sort of like the go flat idea, and then you're using a bunch of safety equipment to help you move along.
Mm-hmm.
Or purposely letting yourself roll down a hill and having safety equipment so you don't just dash yourself against some random rock in the snow.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Cool. You also get 2 threat for that.
Hooray.
I'm using esoteric experience. It's not free. I don't just have to come up with a reason. I also have to give you resources.
Mm-hmm. Yummy pasta.
And...
No. I want more, but I can't do it right now. I'll have to do it later.
Let's see. Do I have a... focus? I don't, so I'll use Live Nearly Forever here. What focus should I get for this?
Alpine survival. I don't normally chime in.
Alpine survival. Yeah.
But it'd be at increased comp because this isn't the Alpines, so.
Yeah, of course.
That's why I also laughed at it. It's like, that doesn't really work, but it's accurate. It just doesn't really work for what you're doing.
I'm gonna say the call.
What were you going to say? Sorry?
I'm looking up a word.
Oh.
It's like, hold on, I think this is right. Yeah, belaying?
That's belaying is when you pull people, like you are the person pulling someone up the mountain, right?
I think it's the practice of using rope work to do like mountaineering stuff.
I
right?
actually might suggest rope work because it's more because
Yeah,
belaying
sure.
is too narrow.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you said that was if you were trying to sell me that as a focus as a character build, I'd go too
Yeah.
narrow. You want to widen out a bit because if you're hyper narrow, it almost never gets used, sort of thing.
Cool. I'll just go for mountaineering then, maybe.
Yep, that works. Rope work is other.
Not how you spell mountain.
Let me cough.
Okay. And does that focus work?
No,
Mountaineering?
It does. It does, yeah.
Well, I have to spend it before I check.
It's true, yeah.
Yeah. And mission directives are...
They're updated, so the ones in the I pinned them,
Yeah.
but they're also in the mission directives in the thing are accurate as well.
The only thing I can think of is Directive 1, aid in the rescue of the team with Theos' hideout, but I don't think that's actively relevant to this role, honestly.
No, you're keeping yourself safe. Yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. I will spend 1 momentum. Do I have a value? I don't think I have a value that works. What's wrong with them? Take inside. I can't take one. Nope. The only one I could do a kind of a long shot for is a long life must mean constant learning, where you turn to stone.
I can buy it because this is a novel application of knowledge you already have, and now you're applying it to this weird situation. Yep.
Okay, yeah, I'll do that then. Checking to see if I have a callback. So much stuff going on here for a role that is not that big, but is decently big for me here.
It's a moment of character growth. The camera's zooming in on your face. We have flashbacks of you in the Alpines and stuff. You're the only one who's flattened out, and you're belaying. You're like crawling across the ground and digging in with like ice picks and stuff, rolling down sides of things.
What's the name of the guy who got shot in the back in the Alps like a long time ago?
Oh,
I think lots of people have died in the Alps.
Yeah.
It's kind of
Let's
the
see.
whole thing.
Let's see.
Oh, you mean like the caveman they found, Otzi? The like
I'm thinking of a Lithia, just like moving like hell up the side of a mountain to try to save this caveman she's met in his tribe, and just gets there and is rejected. And
Yeah, were you in the Alps in 3230 BC?
I might have been.
Are you
Possible.
actually that old?
Conversation would suggest, yes.
Oh yeah.
Weird.
I've purposely not done anything towards like fixing it with his age at a certain
No,
number.
I'm here for it. I'm fine.
Yeah, but
At minimum, she has been to ancient Greece.
yes.
Okay.
So at least over 2,000.
Hippocrates, that hack. There's a reason we call them hypocrites.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, I don't have a callback, so permission spend. I'll buy a second die with 2 threat.
Oops. Boop, boop, boop.
Okay.
Generate 2, it
And
looks like.
yep. Rolling for veteran. I do not keep.
So you all move back and away and evade being pelted by the rocks. All right. What's your next move?
Gonna probably attempt to navigate again.
Div 5 R1.
Try to be successful this time.
Excuse you. Is that 3 momentum properly on the board?
Yep.
Okay. I'm spending 2 momentum and the free die I get from Power of Math. For 4 dice. Reason Con. Hazardous Environments Focus.
Mm-hmm.
Keen Navigator to drop the resistance, and there's the plan of action that's pulling the diff down by 1.
Yep. Just needed you to call them out.
Yep. Just making sure of my everything else. Yeah, that's my everything else. Cool. That's more like it.
On the dot. The ship even adds 1.
Generate. Yep. Additionally, because of visit every star, because I succeeded at a navigation-related task, that generates a bonus momentum.
Plan of action is going to give you 2.
Okay. And then I'm gonna roll a d20. That generates another bonus momentum. Untapped potential.
All right, so on the face of it, your con is 4, so you added 4 to 18, so that puts you to 12, so you're already going to hit a breakthrough anyway. You're at 12 of 16 so far, having not
So
spent any
just-
resources.
Bonus momentum gets you to 14 of 16.
Yeah, and then that way I don't have to put anything towards resistance next time.
No, you could just hit the difficulty.
So you're spending these 4 to up it to 14?
Yep.
That's the end of your spends?
Yeah, because I want to save the 2 momentum that's on the board for dice.
Double checking my planet map real quick. Make sure I know where things are. It's this one? I didn't label these very good, did I? No. I have the planet. Because I made you guys look at it. Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. So... yeah, okay. I probably should grab it, though. Come back. You progress forward. And there, amidst the wind, you see your tricolor indicates that there is a massive energy spike approaching you. And in the distance you can see a figure, dark of skin, dark of hair, dressed in the riverfolk style, but about them is a pulsing blue and white aura where particles seem to be whipping the wind around them, and it almost looks as if the very stars are forming amidst the crystals and ice. She seems to be moving very slowly, but each stride she seems to be covering a lot of ground. almost as if she's on a moon or something. She's just sailing across dunes, heading in your direction.
Uh-oh.
In her left hand, she seems to be holding what appears to be a long, shimmering, metallic club with a fist-sized ball or rock at the end of it. Then you can see that is scintillating across various colors. And her other hand's just open as she's just kind of balancing herself. And your security team kind of looks over at Atrum, and they're getting ready to like drop in and grab the rifles, because that doesn't look like a very friendly approach. That looks very scary, like fresh out of a Hollow novel.
Yeah, you don't say.
I'm going to motion for the away team to halt with a raised fist, drop down to one knee, and say, "Halt! Who goes there?"
You must attempt presence plus command, difficulty 2, for her to even notice you're there. As you're screaming out over the wind, she doesn't seem to be focused on you. She doesn't seem to care you're here. So she approaches her a bit, and you end up having to repeat yourself to make sure she hears you.
A focus in empathy.
At complication only because you lack certain information, but empathy does work.
Alternatively, a focus in composure.
I wouldn't take it here.
Okay, so we're gonna go with empathy at complication. You said diff 2.
Mm-hmm.
I can hit a diff 2. Yeah. All right. 1 threat, 2 momentum. Let's make magic happen. Yes.
Magic indeed does happen.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'll pull all this up camera-wise just so the ship stays in, because you were still... I don't want to zoom in a little bit. There we go. 2, 4. You generate 4. She comes to a stop. So she basically moved from extreme to long and stopped short. So I'll actually notate that a bit. Nope. Let's try that again. So that's extreme. Long. Medium. Then where you are, but we don't need to mark that. She stops and calls out, "Starfleet! I'm not here for you. I'm here for the murderer. Step aside and let my vengeance be done." Envoy's end freaks out. He's struggling like crazy, trying to get out.
Oh.
So much so that if he's not stopped, he will break free. Stopping him is... whoever tries to stop him gets a free hit, because he is restrained. He is in a thing, so he's already fighting a restraint. But he's gonna try his level best to break out.
I can still interact, right?
Yeah, totally. You're overhearing this over the headsets and stuff.
All
The
right.
evil-
Well,
I think
yeah,
it's worth to
stabilize
try to
formation.
beam. I think it's worth to try to beam him out again.
All right. Well, if you say into her microphone that you say over comms that you're going to do that, I'm going to put Dekka down and step forward and try to delay her while you do that. I'm going to say, "Slow down. Nothing is going to happen until we have a conversation about this. This man is within our custody as he attempted to hostilely engage Starfleet officers, and we cannot allow him to be killed."
Presence command opposed. If you... As opposed to doing stress to her to get her to believe you in your argument, if you succeed, you are making it such that I won't spend any of her personal threat or the table threat for her to screw up the beam. Because right now, if you try to just beam her straight, she's obviously going to do some weird Starfolk stuff to stop that. But if you distract her, she's not thinking about that, and that gives Tom a bit of time to go, "Okay, beam, quick."
Yeah. Don't look over there. Look over here. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain with the transporter. All right, presence command.
Oh, sorry, I'm defending. I'm sorry. I have to defend. I have to roll. That's my screw up.
What's
It's
going
so
on?
true. I was literally like, you said that 1 second before I realized it.
That's why I was like, oh, don't spend
What's going
anything.
What's going on? What's going on? You set me on my side.
Dunk. Ah! She will spend. She wants you to not get in the way. So she's spending a full mit. She does her own personal threat, so I will save some. Whoops. Take one more. I'll use up some of her personal threat for this. So she's buying a full mit, mix of table and personal. Wow.
Ooh. That's gross.
I could spend threat for her to use her thing, but I don't know if she... as far as she knows, this is a long-term social combat that she could eventually win. So she's not in a rush. She doesn't know what you're doing. So I'm going to let that stand. She has 1 hit. Is that right? I think it's 1 hit. Her stats are high. Oh, God, no. That is... that's actually way more than I thought it was. That is 3 hits. I thought that was way worse. I forgot how good her stats are right now because she's Starfolk. 3 hits with a comp. Yeah. Actions to you, Atrum.
Alright.
You definitely have the plan of action because you're trying to. You're not actually trying to prioritize resolving this problem with her.
Mm-hmm. And what does that give me again?
1 free hit.
Definitely have to ask the GM.
It would give you 1 free hit, but I would say, I wouldn't say it would apply here because you are. You're not. If it was the away team you were saving, I would agree. But you're saving the envoy, and he wasn't part of the. He wasn't really part of your plan. You just happened to run into him by sheer.
Technically, as part of our plan, we could just leave him and keep going for our actual target. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Good. Almost close.
A focus of cool-headed. She's trying to throw me off my base, and I'm trying to say, whoa, so, hold your horses there.
Yeah, because you're not really trying to you're not trying to think of a convincing argument. You're just trying to kill time while this powerful person is demanding you step away. It's like, I'm not going to. Oh, please hurry up and beam him before she changes
rules and procedures. Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you filed an inquest for information from the Starfleet Corps of Justice? No. Then you can't even talk to our prisoner.
Yeah.
All right. Presence command. Okay. Focus and composure.
Yep.
Okay. So I have 1 free hit, so I have to roll 2. You've got 4 momentum. I'm gonna take 3 threat, and I'm gonna make magic happen. No, I'm not. What a big joke. Ha 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 ha. All right.
Do you want a determination?
Yes, I'd already pulled up my values.
Okay. I'll give it to you.
Okay.
You want to give it back to Tom?
Yeah, because you're gonna give me mine back.
Sure.
With?
I will.
Because I already spent 3 momentum, so.
That's true.
I'll give it to you and tie it to. Saving lives comes first.
Yeah, makes sense.
GM, the value
For that.
GM, by the value by the phaser, I seek peace, but peace only under liberty, on the basis that I'm trying to resolve the situation non-violently and through the proper channels, and not merely throwing this guy away because he's an inconvenience to our mission at hand.
I would say no in this case, because you're not really drawing
Okay.
down. You're not really giving the option of drawing down and fighting her or not. You're trying to save this guy.
You have a mission directive if you need it. If you don't have another value.
We've got options here. I'll slow down.
I can see at least two other values that still land, actually. It's just not that one.
How about I feel your pain, I feel everyone's pain on the basis that I'm trying to empathize with her and acknowledge that her suffering is real and that I do connect with her, but I need her to slow down and explain to me what's going on and what she's trying to do.
Yep, 100%.
Awesome. 100%. All right, okay, so tuning into some empathy. I'm gonna re-roll those 3 zeros.
That just
okay,
hits.
So that is, just barely. As I have my hands raised up, and I'm like, okay, slow down. Listen, I'm not. All options still remain upon the table here, but I cannot, in good faith, do anything without clear communication and explanation about what is going on here, and so that I know what wrongs have occurred and how we can best redress them.
And in a flash of insight through your empathy, you witness that Blue Sky here was standing beside a fellow riverfolk at a meeting, and the Breen on the ground drew a weapon and fired and disintegrated the person next to her. And you can feel her absolute maddening rage and desperate sorrow that this faraway alien is going to get away with murder, and at that point, and now she's in a mindset of they will not get away with anything more. She will not let them. She will destroy anything and everyone to get vengeance for her dead friend. And you can just feel that wave just sort of hit you as you're talking to her and focusing on her.
Do I also feel that?
Yeah, I'll say so, because Atrium's getting her to kind of focus on what's actually making her mad instead of just being this random rage. It's narrowing to why. Yeah. Like, try to explain to me what it is. And even before she really gets to explaining it, she's not terribly straightforward. You psychically can feel that feeling.
Yeah. Yeah, because I can also sense surface thoughts and emotions.
But all that is in the service of, so far, saving Envoy Zen. Tom, you can try to beam him out. I won't be spending any, because rather than doing stress, I presume you're not doing stress to her, Atrium, this will distract her so she does not interfere with this roll. Because the roll's hard enough as it is, as I recall.
And I am blissfully unaware of context, so proceeding ahead.
So that was...
Control engineering difficulty 1?
No, hold on. It is Diff 5, Comp 3, Control Engineering, Sensors, Science. Because you descended, the difficulty isn't upped by the Thoron layer. So that's just the fact that the weather is so bad. She's already made the planet worse, very dangerous in the first place. But I can't spend anything to make it worse. So if you bring it down somehow or you hit the thing, I can't adjust. Well, I can't adjust the difficulty any higher or the comp any higher because she's distracted. The only thing that's preventing you is her already causing so much destruction on the planet. Alternatively, I would also add that Ilithia could back off and use one of the pattern enhancers to get him out of there. But it would use up one of the charges. That's at Ilithia's BRB, so I can't really speak for her actions.
Mm-hmm.
A thought flicking through the head, but not necessarily a course of action. Our studies of the power tools, did they suggest that anything would happen dangerously if they came into contact with large amounts of energy, like say a weapon strike?
If it's just the normal tools, their equivalent would be like any power tool that has a bat that you would have back on Earth. Like it's a power tool that instead of duranium and steel, it's alien woods and crystals. Like it's the same concept. At worst, if it blew up, like overload. Like if you had a power drill in the battery, if it was like a lithium battery and it blew up, it wouldn't be fun, but it wouldn't like devastate the whole house. You know what I mean? Like if you blew up on you, you'd probably throw it down because it's on fire, and you're like, nope. Not holding on to that anymore. Oh, it's in 2 places. That's good to know.
So I heard something about potentially using the transport enhancers to get this guy out of here.
Yeah, that only brings the diff down by 1.
Yeah.
The ship's got a trait, but that trait again might only bring this down by another. That may bring it down to diff 3.
What's your plan, folks?
It's up to you, Olivia and Captain.
Well, I do have a value that points me towards doing it, so.
Go for it then. I mean, do what you think the character would do.
What would be the difficulty to fly far enough down that I can extend the shield bubble around my away team?
You're currently at it because you're below atmosphere. Because you're almost in contact with the planet, so the starship scale is massive. It would just be a matter of creating a trait that would extend the shield specifically out to them.
All right. I would like to create a trait then to extend the shields around blue sky, actually.
So she's basically sharing a bubble with the ship.
Yeah, because this may be a false assumption, but I'm assuming she doesn't have anything that can allow her to simply ignore our shields. Like, maybe she can do damage to them, but to simply just walk through them, I don't have anything to suggest she could do that.
I'd say control engineering, diff 2, assisted by structure engineering. That'd be my first thought. I correct myself. It's structure secure. Oh, wait. Oh, I did the tractor beam wrong in the first place. Whoops. Oh, well.
Okay.
No, I'll stand by that. I'll stand by that.
Comms. I have as good a chance of getting the Envoy as killing him. I'm going to try to lock her down so you can get on with your mission. So it's control engineering diff 2 plus structure engineering.
Roger.
Okay, that's more my speed. My own trait. I don't think I'm gonna get any bonus momentum because I'm not an ally, but I might still be able to use the trait itself.
Oh, the priority? Yeah, you could, because you're trying to get them to prioritize not dealing with her. It's like, don't deal with her right now. Just get away from her.
Gonna spend a momentum.
On the dot so far, plus the ship. Actually, no, +1 over. Never mind. Boop.
Structure. No luck.
The shield bubble sweeps down. You can see the sky and the wind fuzzing and burning away as the blue shield extends further and further down. The hemisphere extends further and further down from the sky, and it weakens so it doesn't just fry blue sky straight on, but it does extend out down through her and starts scorching into the snow as the shields are carving into the ground a little bit and burning it up and causing the wind to, and then for a moment you can see that there is a blue glow that's emanating just from her. If the away team wishes to escape, this is the time, because you notice that as she stops, she does stop and she looks straight up and begins pointing her club into the sky.
Ah, no.
Calculations were made. And in fact, that I was good at math. This is what I anticipated. I may have. We'll see if my calculations were correct. But
so the away team can flee. There's a standing trait that means she's not focused on you right now. She has a completely different thing she's mad at. What does the away team do?
Great question.
Run and grab me on your way out. Swear to God, if you leave me with crazy snow lady.
So she is in the force field now?
She's sharing the shield bubble with this ship, and she's pointing her club up into the sky.
All right. Well, she's distracted. Dekka, continue to guide us towards the landing party.
Make a check.
Yep. I hit wrong buttons. We're okay. I didn't break anything, I promise.
Okay.
So, D5 resistance 1.
Okay, I'm gonna put my intuitive navigator trait towards the difficulty, And actually, am I still getting help from the ship, given what the ship is dealing with right now?
No, the ship's about to be, is about to have its own problem.
Yep.
The ship's gonna get
Cool.
distracted here.
Sorry, Captain. It was good while it lasted. Hazardous environments focus.
Yes.
Spending the 2 momentum that's on the board to roll 4 dice. Would one of you guys mind assisting me since the ship isn't going to be doing so?
Yeah, I can assist you. I argue for if I'm giving them advice and helping them insight command.
Yes. Because you're keeping the group together. You're trying to say, hey, consider this, Deca. Like, if it was just me and you, yes, we could do X. But we can't do X, given what's happening. Oh, yeah, right. Let me recalculate.
I picture you have like a little pop-up little satellite dish that can spin around to scan the environment.
R2-D2.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll reroll that 0.
1 up so far.
Okay.
I was gonna have Zen try to escape, but it's clear that she's not attacking him anymore, so he doesn't have to. You don't have to worry about him trying to escape because he knows he's safe? Question mark. He's safe at least for now. And that assist, since I heard it called out into the wilderness.
Atron.
Yep, sorry.
No forgiveness, only surrender.
Okay.
See, told you. So even with that all in mind, you are able to carry on. You are basically out of the scene because you're going to be finding someone else. Because the current scene, because you're ending the scene to find the away team, but we'll deal with that in a second. Killick, you get reports from the bridge that there is an energy signature that is building from the location of the Starfolk, and the next thing you know, that shot is heading straight for the ship. She still has to hit you. She can still miss. Amazingly. I think it's just a div 2? We haven't done starship shooting in a bit, so I'm pretty sure.
I mean, she's...
Yeah,
I
div 2. Yeah.
feel like it'd make more sense for her to do personal combat, and just if it hits us, resolve it like a phaser shot or something.
Well, it's the same diff either way.
Starship.
I was more thinking about the difficulty of her hitting you. I'm like, I think it's the same difference either way. It doesn't really matter. Full mit. She wants you to stop what you're doing.
Oh, does she? Does she now?
Click, click. One, 2, 3, 4. Generates 2 threats. Scroll, 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 scroll. How much do I have in my budget? Not a ton, honestly, which is good. You don't want her to have her full mit to bad things. Wait, she's inside the shield. She doesn't need to hit you all that hard, honestly. She just needs to do any damage.
Well, no,
minus
she
your
does
resistance.
have to, yeah,
minus
she does
she-
have to get over resistance.
So yeah, that's another. Yep. Spends 4 threat. And as the away team is hustling away as fast as they can, all of a sudden there's this pillar of white-blue light that starts from the ground and darts out into the sky. You can see the clouds suddenly part with the massive energy blast coming from the ground. The wind just billowing out up and over the dunes as you're fleeing away from the fight. And Killick, you are warned that an energy attack is coming toward the ship. Just in time to kind of probably grab something to brace yourself for the hit. And she did not target. She was just hitting you to get you to stop. So I randomly rolled what she hit. Plus, she's not exactly super familiar with how your starship works.
How much damage did she do?
She did 3 piercing. So
Okay.
she did any damage.
I'll save you the time on rolling. Because I'm gonna use precautions.
Ooh.
And she doesn't get to shake us or anything because our shields were already down. She just gets to go straight to doing a breach.
Yeah. So what was your precautions? How did you prepare for this eventuality?
Expecting lightning to be the first approach. Rather than grasping for bracing, Killick flips a few switches to magnetize the hull. So that the ship is simply wreathed in lightning as the current passes over us.
Yeah, a few ancillary lights and wall fuses pop, and there's sparks happening places, but it's like those are replaceable. That doesn't actually hurt anything. As the entire ship kind of crackles as if God's own lightning just came out of the ground to try to destroy the ship, and it just gets rocked, but it manages to withstand the hit. Scene ends, because at that point, I imagine the ship doesn't just sit there waiting for her to do another shot, I imagine. Unless you want to continue fighting her.
No, but we will talk to her. Yes, we stay to deal with her,
Great.
if that's the question.
Actually, that is. So we have we have basically 2 problems. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Actually, for once, I actually wanted this. Basically, I have same scene, but 2 different problems. Because
these are orders for thee, not orders for me.
Yeah. Where's my symbols? There they are. So, the away team, you do find the away team huddled in a cave, and they basically found a cave and phasered a bunch of openings and then raced inside. And even as you're approaching, you can see they've already started grabbing whatever stuff they have with them, and they're trying to make a makeshift, they're trying to wall themselves in a little bit so they can protect themselves from the wind.
The moment I am able to mentally detect them at a distance, I will psychically reach out and go, hello, this is Lieutenant Deck of the USS Bonaventure. Yeah, I just blanked for a second. This is Lieutenant Deck of the USS Bonaventure. We're here to rescue you. Hold tight.
From your psychic alert, one of them does poke over with a hand phaser and kind of peeks out into the snow. And then the minute they see your Starfleet outfits as well, and some of them recognize you because you're part of the same fleet, there's a suspicious point, and then and they lift up and they wave at you guys, and you see them turn their head to say something to the people inside.
Okay. I'm gonna start setting up the transport enhancers. I'm gonna say, Commander Alithia, make tend to the wounded if they need stabilization, and everyone prepare for beam out. And I'll say to one of them specifically, is this everyone in your landing party, or are there others that you know of?
This is everyone in Starfleet.
That's what we're focused on for now, sir. For now.
Commander? You're making how much? You're trying to make it so you can get all of you. Let's start setting up the enhancers.
I'll start setting up the enhancers.
Oh, that idiot's here. One of them points at Zen. One of the other junior officers starts rushing toward him, and the other two go, nope, you can't do that. No, stop.
I was confused just a second, because when you said, oh, that idiot, and then you said Zen, I was like, that? Are you trying to put a burn on Vin?
I had that thought myself. Like,
It's like, it's been so long, let it go.
He's a murderer. He's the reason we're almost all dead. They're lying. Lies. And there's a bit of a struggle, but these people, the two people outnumber one, and your own security team is like, we're not going to let you attack our prisoner, and we have rifles, you have pistols, so please don't do something stupid. And there's a clear, there's no roll at this year. Even the support characters look at each other and go, yeah. And there's a bunch of senior officers here who will totally yell at us if we get to a fight. Let's not.
Deca to Commander Atrim goes, we can work all of this out later when we're back on the ship. We need to get them out of here.
Yeah, Atrim says, I'm working on it, and I want to set up the pattern answers.
Yeah, you have them placed into the snow. You turn the little knob to get the things to start screaming their subspace location.
Okay, and then once that's set up, I'm going to flip open my communicator and say, Bonaventure, this is landing party, and then she starts counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 to beam up.
Meanwhile, Killick.
Yeah.
So y'all are in a new scene, right?
Yep. So are you.
Almost none of y'all have rolled, right?
Yeah, so we basically have the ship and all of its support at our disposal.
Well, no, not my ship. But you have a different ship you can call for help.
Oh, you guys could summon the Haida to beam you up. That's true. Because the Haida is here. They're at a diff 6, though, because they're beaming... Well, diff 5 now because of the enhancers.
I mean, if one of y'all takes control of the captain, you can put the ship down.
Yeah.
Do you want to try to resolve that, folks?
For some reason, I thought that the captain had gone down to the surface. Was I wrong?
Captain Raw? No, we spoke to him.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'll pick up Rawl then for this scene.
Alright, so... Tactically and these guys... These guys are still, in orbit. This guy's actually with you.
We're a layer down now, are we? Or did we...
Yeah, that's why you're in the... You're not on the ground, you're up in the sky. So you're below the...
Oh, okay.
Whereas they're out in outer space. They haven't even gone past the Thoron layer. So who of the... it doesn't cost anything to make the Haida appear, because the Haida is already here. Question is, who of the Haida are you activating?
Well, I'm activating the captain, who is a supervisory support, so he's going to cost 2.
And it eats the Haida's amounts, not the Bonaventures.
Then we can only do one more. So...
Haida has crew support of 4.
Does it? It's only scale 3.
On the maybe there's something affecting that. I'm checking.
No, none of those.
Okay, might be input wrong then.
Yeah, it's it automatically set it to 4. That's accurate.
Got it.
It should be 3. That's correct.
It should be 3. Yeah, so we have one more then. Rawl is a competent pilot, so we don't need a pilot to be activated.
Okay, because I was going to say they have a good pilot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, does Rawl have a point of determination?
Yeah.
This isn't every support.
Only if they have a value.
If they have a
He has a
value.
value.
Yeah.
They have
That's
a
true.
point of determination. They have no stress if they don't have a value.
That's what it is. Yeah.
And they can always put it in a mission directives. But yeah,
So
they have a.
Rawl really wanted to, so that we have all of our bases covered. Rawl could pick up supervisor, which would give us 1 support.
True.
And then Rawl could be assisting both the con officer and the engineer through their various tasks.
Well, the question is,
Or Rawl is. He has flight. Okay, I didn't realize how good he is.
I built him into being
just hey, Ensign DeCroix out of the seat for a second.
yeah. He came up through the contract.
He might have a better focus than DeCroix does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they're actually pretty helm controls and flight controls.
Yeah,
basically the same thing.
Mm-hmm. But we do need someone to be able to beam.
I'll pick
beam
your
up.
engineer up then, because if I do it, we get to upgrade them a little bit more, and I'm also not in this scene.
And is the IDA's engineer kitted out as a supervisory or a regular support?
If they're chief, then they're screwed.
No, they're not they're not. So they are a chief engineer.
They're a lieutenant.
They're only a lieutenant, and supervisory supports are at least lieutenant commander or
higher.
master chief.
Yeah.
They don't have any of the values or talents that would suggest that.
Yeah.
That's Garth, I
Cool.
think it is. Yes, it is.
Yeah. Darth Benvasky. All right, so Atrim sends out that call, and Captain Rao picks up and says, Commander, it looks like your ship's a little bit preoccupied at the moment. Seems to have drawn some fire from planet side. I'm taking the Haida down into lower atmosphere to pick you up.
And I think
Atrim is going to say, makes no difference to me.
And I think because of the thing we did last time, weren't we able to get that flight plan to the Haida?
I was able to give them the plan of action.
Right.
Which would not help in this case because they're actively going against it.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, to apply something to them, unless you're directly creating it for them or something, it has to get the benefit of the command ship, which is that we just get to say, we don't have to ask. It has to be a command task.
So what's the difficulty to pilot the Haida down into
Plus con difficulty of 4 engines plus con.
All right. Haida. Do I have any traits? I don't think dependable workhorse is going to help here. From the Haida? Although maybe.
I would say so. This is this is a rough way to handle a ship, but dependable workhorses are meant to be put through the ringer like this.
Cool.
Ship didn't help.
So I did 4.
But I did have a trait that helped.
Great, sorry.
Cool. Then going to spend some threat. Because this here is an Andorian captain.
One of the Mandalorians with their fancy antennae.
Them there Andorians. Yeah.
Them there Andorians, the non-binary Andorian.
I mean,
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah.
Ral
Oh
is
my God,
they,
it
he.
is!
Yep.
It is! I didn't know.
Fantastic picture book moment.
how much you giving me?
I'm gonna say 3, rolling 4 dice.
Did not remove. Add to me.
Andorians don't have pronouns, they have cold nouns.
Yeah. God damn it. Flight controls focus.
Yes.
Cool.
Adds 1 plus the ship. Ship already rolled, so we know that you have descended into the Thoron lair. And
Is it another test to get us down past the Thoron layer?
Yep.
Or
there's an additional test.
cool.
Same diff, same roll, basically. I would mess with you with Blue Sky,
Alright.
but Blue Sky seems to be occupied dealing with the Bonaventure.
Mm-hmm. I generate 3 bonus momentum off of that roll
You gonna do anything with it?
from intense. Well, Probably create a trait with 2 of them. How they keep moving around, very impressive. It's like it's animated or something. Let's see. I'm gonna say expert entry angle as a trait.
Yeah, I follow what you're saying. Yeah.
Cool. And then I have 1 left. I think that 1 is just gonna go away though. Don't have anything for that. Unless anyone has a question that's relevant for the captain piloting a ship. Doesn't sound like.
Boop.
All right. 4 dependable workhorse, right?
Yep, brings it to 3.
And the entry angle trait.
Brings it to 2.
Cool. I'll give you 1 threat for a 3rd die.
Click, click. Generates 1.
And the ship.
Ship's on a union mandated smoke break.
Okay. Well, the captain will do some union busting then, and
Right.
There you go. Union busting's rewarded.
You
I don't like this
Here.
episode of Star Trek.
And you had
It's not
intense,
big
I believe,
miles
so you
of
generate another bonus.
Yep. So that's 1 bonus momentum there.
As you break through the Thoron lair and you're sailing through the, flying through the skies and the wind and snow. As you watch from your
I'll
vantage point, the
spend-
planet cracking and spreading and spidering and looking like it's getting ready to break apart.
Can I spend 2 to maybe say change expert entry angle to like parabolic flight path so that we have a exit angle from that too?
Sure. So you're already sweeping the nose up of the height of it. It's like we are not going to stay down here for very, very long. So whatever you're going to do it quickly.
Mm-hmm.
So the end of that rainbow drops it to diff 5 and then diff 4 because of the thing for the beam out.
Okay. This is Captain to Benvasky. Beam him up now.
Energizing.
As this pioneer class comes screaming through the sky.
Yeah.
This sort of stunts the sort of thing pioneers are meant to do.
Directive 1. Aid in the rescue of the away team of the USS Haida.
Yep. It's almost like they have a pretty personal reason to want to do this. That's our crew.
Yeah.
Those are our friends.
Mostly, there is the one guy who owes Benvasky credits. But you can't pay up if you're dead, so I guess we'll save him too.
Yeah. Decisive leadership to do the director.
Yeah.
Cool.
I will.
I believe direct costs now.
Yes.
Spend momentum for that. So I will do that.
Oh, you did your roll. Plus ship.
4 successes on a diff 3.
Yeah.
You mean 5, yeah? 6.
Oh, sorry. Not 4 successes. Don't count that one I rolled because it was a 2. That second dice. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 on a diff 4.
So generate 1. As you quickly beam up the away team. Oops, I have to go with you. Scene ends because they have their own problems because they're not here anymore. Killick, you're aware of the activities of the away team and of the Haida. You need to figure out what you're doing about Blue Sky, because you're pretty sure she's probably not going to be terribly pleased when she learns that her. Well, you actually don't know what she's mad about. No one told you. So never mind.
And I don't want to know. I don't think I have a way to communicate with her.
Nope. No one with the communicators near her, and she doesn't seem to have one on her.
Just use the ship's like low powered phasers to do some skywriting. I joke, but that might actually work.
use the phasers to carve out a message
Yeah.
in the snow.
No, because I have people with me now. Killick will call down to engineering and say, Commander Brand, get down to the transporter room. I need you to beam a comm badge down. Or at least an audio device, a speaker. Anything you've got.
You know, I'll just let you eat 2 opportunity for that.
Okay.
As you're making sure she gets a device you know she can use and it will withstand the cold. And it's a device, you're not super sweating how well beamed it is. You just need it to work. Because you're not worried about the biology of it being ruined, right? So you beam down this box.
Yeah, if you know a few moles of copper atoms move around in there, that's fine.
Yeah. A few moles in someone's neural net and they ain't going to be talking right anymore. So yeah, this big box kind of shows up. It reminds me of like those suitcase phones that SWAT use to talk to people.
Overestimate the size of a mole, but okay. The captain will say, "This is Captain Thomas Killick of the USS Bonaventure. You are hurting people aboard this vessel. Please stop your hostile actions. We do not wish to harm you."
Then move aside and let me get my vengeance against the murderer. Already I can sense collaborators helping him effect his escape. If you help him, you're as guilty as he is. And if it takes every bit of me to rip apart your Starfleet to get to him, then that's what will have to happen. But do not make me do that.
The captain will say, you are also hurting the people of this world. Innocent people are going to die if you do not stop manipulating the weather.
You can attempt presence command, suppose, because you're basically talking each other into... She's trying to get you to stop being in her way. You're trying to get her to stop doing what she's doing. She's the defender because you're trying to get her to stop what she's doing, so she has to act first. I'll buy a couple dice. Whoop. Whoop. I bought a couple dice. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 hits with a comp. Presence command.
All right.
Because imagine like this backpack-sized thing sitting in the snow, and your voice is radiating out of it. Actually, it may even have like a little view screen in it, so you can see her and she can see you if you wanted to go that far. Look at that, a smaller TV inside of something. Wow, the future.
Focus in negotiation.
I would ask what she'd be getting in exchange, negotiation-wise. For it to make sense to me.
She has to deal with me to get access to this person. So, I can allow her to get into space. Otherwise, she's planet bound, right?
She's Starfolk.
Yeah, but Starfolk doesn't mean she is of Liar's level and can just will herself into space.
Yeah. You're, if nothing else, you're trying to make sure she can get access to who she's after. Like, you're trying to say, hey, look, if you stop what you're doing, I'm willing to just let you. We can, like, if you don't stop what you're doing, I'm not letting you see him. Forget it. But if you stop what you're doing, we can talk about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Negotiation. Yeah. There's something she can get if she just backs off.
Trade a fair dealer.
Yep. You're the river folk know you. Heck, you met this lady.
Did I?
Yep, last season at the Sacred Grounds. She was one of the representatives of the river folk.
Oh, was she the one showing the boats?
Oh no, that was Loon. Oh, I don't think you met her. I think someone else met her. Never mind. I don't think Killick met her.
Killick spent all his time trying to negotiate a treaty with Liar.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
Can I argue for the trait of Beacon of Hope on the Bonaventure? Because for her to continue on her current action, she might have to destroy the Bonaventure, a ship well known for helping all kinds of folk.
Yeah, I'd take that. She even suggested as much as she wasn't really keen on fighting you if she didn't have to. If she has to. It's like, yeah, but just how much do you really not want to? It's like, these are one of the good guy ships, like, above and beyond even Starfleet vessels in general. Nothing against the Haida, but the Haida's not a beacon of hope.
I'll spend determination on
Wow.
de-escalating Blue Sky from their bellicose actions.
I'll take it.
Work?
Yeah, I was looking at your things. I was gonna call something, but you have a lot more positive values than the one negative value I was thinking about. So I'm not gonna call it.
What, spoiling for a fight?
Yeah. I was like, you have a lot. All your other stuff leans the other direction, so it makes more sense value-wise that you wouldn't lean on that value.
Yeah.
You could lean on it if you wanted.
Doing the stunt trick, but then I thought, I don't know enough about that energy stick. The energy stick's going to destroy the whole planet if I try to shoot her or something like that.
Lots of variables you don't know yet.
All right, we'll star across it. Wait, do we want to do that because I'm only going to be rolling that many dice? Traits have got it down to diff 3. Determination means I only need to get 1 success.
It's true.
So I will give 1 threat for a 3rd die.
Okay.
I probably do want momentum. So I'll go ahead and use Starcross. Which did not help me at all. But I did get my 1 success, which means I have gotten 3 on a diff 3.
Yep. She stares up into the sky, letting the club kind of hang at her sides as the scintillating colors warble in her in their place. She looks down at the. She finally actually looks at the communication backpack. I want justice done, Captain Killick. If you're cheating me, or you're lying, and let that monster escape, I will not forgive you. Understand?
The captain says, if you need to hurt me and the Bonaventure to satisfy rage, I understand. But Federation law makes no allowance, at least in this case, makes no allowance for executions. I'm not aware that the folk engage in executions, and even so, the law of this planet applies. But they are so disrupted right now that any justice may take years to come about. So, I will help you off this planet, but I can't promise you anything.
All I can promise you then, Captain, is I will hold my rage for now. I'm in no hurry to destroy the Bonaventure. But he is not escaping me. I promise you. And you notice that the system starts stabilizing, and you notice the storms start calming. And the star system begins to stabilize for now. I will wait here, or, if you wish, I am willing to be transported to your vessel. But it is your ship. But know I am watching where he's going. As you hear you get a report off, she doesn't hear it, but you do, that the Haida has probably, by this point, has pulled up and escaped atmosphere. They probably weren't going to hang out down there for very long. And when the storms let up, it's a lot easier to get out. All they have to worry about the thoron radiation, which isn't that big a deal. Fun fact, I should have charged you guys momentum for passing through it, but whatever. It wasn't mission critical. So, do you let her wait on the planet? Do you beam her up before I move to the next scene? As your away team will likely need to be debriefed by you and figure out what the heck you're going to do about this mess.
I want to look something up. I want to double check. May not be entirely relevant, but I feel like there may be a screen relevant or a screen shown standing order that might apply.
I will have to press you just so we don't use up too much time, so I'll give you some time to look it up. Otherwise, I'm taking 2 threat. Because I don't want to sit too long on a question mark before moving to the next scene.
Specifically, there's a... I feel like there was one about what you're supposed to do or what the requirements are if a planet could be destroyed.
I can chime in, but I need an insight command difficulty 1 for me to say anything. I think I know what you're talking about, but I have an idea what you're going with, but I can't say anything yet for free.
Sure. Starfleet Protocol?
Yeah. Hey, you can get a momentum out of it. So, you're thinking about the fact that she has the capacity and shown the capacity to destroy the planet.
And if I take her with me, and things don't go her way, she's basically told me that she's cooperating insofar as cooperating gets her closer to killing the envoy. If I bring her inside the Bonaventure, then I don't even get the Bonaventure's resistance.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you're bringing aboard a very volatile, dangerous individual aboard your ship, and you're not sure if you, arguably, under that logic, if you don't know she's not going to pull or she's on you, then you're risking, you'd be digging yourself with unnecessary risk, minimum.
Yeah, no, she's told me she's willing, that she would, she implied that she would do violence upon me if I couldn't hold up my promises, and I made promises. So I'm not confident in bringing her aboard the ship. But if I leave her here, the Breen are going to be here, right? Our plan is not to stop the Breen from getting to this world. So a whole Breen fleet is going to get here and then interact with her, presumably, and that ends with their destruction, her destruction, or the planet's destruction. Because the Breen don't negotiate, and she only negotiates as so far as it gets her closer to committing violence. So I'm trying to figure out what has to be done, or what should be done, kind of assuming that if I leave her here, the people of this planet are going to die when a fleet of starships engage in combat with a extremely powerful being in their atmosphere.
I would, the default, well, there's 2 ways to go. I would answer that And this is still the same roll. I'm not charging you extra for this. I would say either you need to make a snap call in the moment and think about what's more important to Killick, which of the two evils he's willing to suffer or risk, or he could delay for now and talk with his senior staff and go, okay, here's the problem. I need your input because I am facing a dilemma here and I don't have a great option. At the end of the day, I have to pull the trigger, but I need help figuring out which trigger I'm pulling. The blue trigger or red trigger, and both triggers are bad, and I have to pull one of them. But you get the feeling, I will say, you get the feeling you could wait a second, not like she's going anywhere. Okay. And with the trouble track, you have a feeling you didn't waste a ton of time on this, but you don't want to sit here too long and fiddle with it, but you wouldn't want to wait a day to think about it, because then they're definitely going to get here, but you have time to consult with others.
Then I'll tell her, stand by, we'll be in contact shortly, and then I'll order my crew back to the ship. And the Haida to make best possible speed to safety.
Before I get too far, I just realized, they will go to orbit, or are you getting them to leave the system?
Oh, they have, come to me, drop my people off, and then skedaddle.
With the Breen? Or are they giving the Breen to you?
Yes. No, don't get that Breen. In fact, we're just gonna have to take the risk. They're gonna have to get close to us to. Actually, no, they don't have to get any closer to us. They're within range of beam. Yeah, just beam my people over and get out of here. Don't. In fact, don't get any closer. Because I don't want her to figure out where he is.
So the question remains, is he staying with the Haida and escaping, or is he being beamed over to your ship?
He's staying with the Haida.
I will point out that she could sense where he was. And this might seem like us trying to trick her.
I did not get that implication. I got the implication she was aware we had moved him, but not that she knew where he was specifically.
Fair enough, different read.
Do we, is there anything on the table that would allow you to elucidate, GM?
I will say, I'll give a bit of insight, command, difficulty 2, a new scene as we're kind of having this, this decision's super important. You can get assistance from the away team because they could inform you through their preliminary debrief that they would have to file when they beamed up.
Sure.
So you may be able to read the report real quick and go, well, hold on, Haida, stop. Or Haida, oh, you're good. We're worrying about nothing. There's nothing to worry about. Not like she knows.
Negotiations? I'm trying to keep negotiations open.
Yeah, you're trying not to shoot yourself in the foot, yeah.
Yeah, if she feels she can just win right now, then I've lost. Then the negotiation fails.
Yeah.
And I'll take that assistance from whoever wants to take all of this on their shoulders.
Or I'll assist since I brought it up.
Okay.
Oh,
don't worry, you're still my favorite XO.
Doctor's gunning for your job.
Or command? Command, okay. Insight focus here?
Yeah, you've interacted with her, you saw her, yeah. Well, you didn't interact, but you saw her. And so, yep. Raoul's very insightful. Yeah, she seemed to be, from the reports from Ilithea and the rest, you and the rest of the team, but Ilithea kind of highlights it a bit better. She seemed to be very focused on him and was walking straight toward him. Like, it's as if she was being guided towards, because she just walked out of the clouds straight at them. Like, straight through the storm, rather. So, it is likely she, with the device she has, she may have some capacity to track him.
So she knows he's on the Haida.
Most likely, yeah. There's a slim chance she actually do it. She might need to do a check of some kind to do it. Like, it might be like a tricorder where she has to actively search for him. But it may be automatic. But she didn't seem to stumble on the wait team by chance. She was walking right at them. Oh, sorry, power disruption is no longer a problem anymore. This doesn't really matter because they can go up. Actually, no, it still matters. It still matters.
All right.
You know, at least they are getting over. I know that much.
No. I'll have the Haida maintain position and conference with the crew and Raal over communications.
Okay. So I'll swap over.
Basically, because I don't want the I don't want the Haida's shields to go down again.
Oh, you want them to skip? Oh, I follow you. So you're not bringing over the people because you're like, it's probably not a great idea right now.
I don't want the Haida to move because it'll change the situation, and I don't want the Haida to take the shields down because she may just decide to blast.
Just out of sheer safety, yeah.
There's definitely going to be a senior staff only.
Oh.
In fact, this is probably a Killick, Ilithia, Atrum Real only conversation.
No. You can have this conversation with your favorite commander and your favorite captain. You don't need to include me if you don't want.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry. I tried so hard to set the commander up, and when she refused, I've never been able to steer the same anymore. I'm just so annoyed. If you just would have accepted, let me play house. You'd still be my favorite commander.
Yeah, but it's not like the other commanders ever let you play house with them. Did Commander Rial let you play house with them?
Oh boy.
Me and Captain Real play house all the time.
Well, you learn something new every day.
All right. What does your wife think of that?
Well.
What she doesn't know can't hurt her.
So, we have, so Dekka is not part of the call?
No, I'll let Dekka be involved because Dekka's already very aware of the situation.
Okay.
More as like someone to give context and briefing rather than inviting as a decision maker.
Mm-hmm.
As opposed to like Rial, who's being invited as a decision maker, not someone providing information.
Yeah, because their ship isn't as much danger as yours is if this goes sideways. So, you're in the conference room. The Captain Rawl has basically, to maintain security here, has invited them into his conference room aboard the Haida. So it's table to table here. We can hear you loud and clear, Captain. Clear signal. Benefit of being in the same bit of sky, I suppose, and the sky isn't trying to blow us up anymore.
Give it time, it'll try again.
I wanted to get a full briefing on the situation as it relates to the brain envoy. What we know.
Actually, you were able to. You can get reason plus command difficulty 1. As Raul explains what his away team that you rescued tells him. And it would be 2 because a nice thing, but drops down to 1 because Raul's obviously helping you and trying to explain to you what the away team told him. Because they were there during the negotiations.
If assuming they want to share the information, if one of my people assists, can I just assume that I know what I know at the table?
You could, yeah. You don't have to roll for your own people, yeah. No. Okay. Unless for some reason the away team wants to withhold information from Killick, which if you want to, please let me know. But
okay.
I presume you're looping him in. The role is just for Raul's report to be. It's possible they don't give a very good report, and you have to kind of wheedle through it and go, that's what they mean. I understand, as opposed to how to talk to your own crew.
Starfleet protocol to keep it mission relevant.
Yep. Yeah, it was about this temperature. The sun was about this high. Lieutenant, I appreciate the thoroughness. Skip that part. I genuinely do not care. But it's a scientific endeavor.
I might care, but time is of the essence in this moment.
Yeah. So, according to the landing party of the Haida, the Haida had sent down, beamed down with Blue Sky, as well as a person named Sunset, who both riverfolk, who were there to convince local leaders of the Cool to throw off the overlordship of the Breen and to stop helping them. Initially, they thought they were only going to be it was going to be Cool and riverfolk, and that was it. When they got to the meeting place out in some sort of sacred ground, which is like a high hill, which is roughly where you found the away team. They weren't actually at the scene; they were a little ways. But that's part of why you had a hard time finding them, because you went to where they last were and they were nowhere near, so you had to wander around looking for them. The Breen envoy Zen was there along with a Cool representative, and the Riverfolk were objected to his presence. They didn't think that his presence was relevant because they were not communicating with the Breen. They had no intention to deal with the Breen. They only wanted to deal with the Cool. The Breen made some disparaging remarks about the inferiority of the Riverfolk and how weak they are, and then what great slaves they make, at which point Sunset said disparaging remarks back that they're evil slavers who deserve to die. He moved forward 2 steps. The envoy drew his weapon and fired, which that escalated so fast. The landing party that was there just did not think. They were trying to get everyone to de-escalate, calm down, stop with the shouting, and they just could not get the situation under control fast enough before shooting happened. Sunset was vaporized, at which point Blue Sky drew her device, and someone basically says, and all hell broke loose. But someone else highlights that she used the device. Once the device was activated, that's when the environment basically changed rapidly. Of the 2, there were 2 Cool people and 2 Breen. One of the Breen was instantly killed by Blue Sky. Envoy Zen fled. The Cool representatives fled. And the away team tried to talk to her. She screamed, and the energy radiated, at which point the landing party decided to flee because at that point they didn't know what she could do. They didn't know what the device was. And they figured shooting her with phasers probably would just escalate situation. They're not sure, so they withdrew back and away to reconsider their options. They tried to contact the hideout, but they lost contact completely. They had no backup, and at that point, the landing party's priority was to keep the landing party alive so they could report on what happened. They don't know what happened to the cool people. They didn't know Zen was even alive. They figured he might have been hunted down by her during... Because they've been down there for... By the time you got there, they've been down there for a few days. Trying to just survive the elements, figure out what they have to do, and trying to contact the hideout. Which Rawl will note on the file that will note as an addendum that he feels that the landing party failed their mission to keep things peaceable. I mean, who knows if they had a chance, but their job, their entire purpose of being down there was to keep this from turning into a shootout, to keep this peaceable. And there are he may want to consider fitness of certain people going to away missions, the people that were there to go on a next away mission, because where your people stood forward.
The captain will Killick will like kind of nod and motion. We can talk about that at another time. His disciplinary actions are not relevant and may distract us from the
task at hand. Yeah, he'll nod to that. Yeah. And I imagine after him, that's when Atrimiltha and Deca give their report about what happened while they were down there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Although Deca's is definitely probably more of a mine has more to do with the away team's navigation to the site. Because I had very little to do with the actual decisions made to take in the brain or to take.
You were witness to the like psionic flash of what happened, right?
Did I?
Yeah, you literally asked me if you did, and I said, yeah, you did.
Oh, yes. I apologize. I didn't realize. Okay. Yes. I recall now. Sorry, I was thinking last session.
This session as well, yes.
Yeah. My mind was on last session for a hot moment. Okay. Yeah. No. I mean, I don't know that Deca really would be able to testify to that, because usually the things that you see in psionic visions aren't admissible evidence.
So you keep silent and don't tell the captain what you saw?
Oh, I will absolutely tell the captain what I saw.
Okay. That's why I was checking. I was like, are you not telling him? Just want to make sure.
Yes, I will tell the captain, with it in mind that it's not admissible in any way.
Well, that's a Jags argument, really. Says Rawl. So what,
the Captain Killick will reciprocate and says he knows that Blue Sky hasn't forsworn violence, only agreed not to use it if it helps her get to the stage where she can inflict violence upon the envoy. But if she's not allowed to do that, or if we attempt to stop her, prevent it from ever happening, she has indicated a willingness to commit violence upon us. And she is powerful enough to disable a critical system of the Haida in one hit, and at least damage a system of the Bonaventure likewise. If she were to disable the Haida's engines, we'd be forced into a fleet action, probably lose both ships.
Commanders, Lieutenant, your thoughts on the matter?
Atron just shrugs and says, I agree with the captain.
I can't provide too much insight into Blue Sky specifically. But I do think it would be a mistake to leave her behind on this planet with an incoming Breen force on the way. I would perhaps suggest that we still move forward with offering her a transport, but make it clear that as a Starfleet prisoner, the envoy is going to stay on the Haida, perhaps.
The captain says, even that wording is problematic. Envoy's not a prisoner of ours. Envoy has not violated any laws or been found guilty of anything, and even if he did murder them, we have no jurisdiction to do anything about it. Our responsibility would be to turn him over to the planetary authorities.
Additionally, Captain, well, I wouldn't make any kind of recommendation to the envoy as such. If it does occur to the envoy to request any kind of asylum status, that would put us in an even stickier situation.
The most we've been getting from him out of medical is that he's been demanding to be returned to his ships with utmost haste, at which point I've merely reminded him that he's on my ship and I will get back to him when I'm good and ready. He didn't like that response too much.
I would imagine not.
Didn't he shoot at you, according to your report, or threaten you at least?
He was aggressive, but we shot him before he had the chance to do anything.
We didn't have the time to resolve any misunderstandings or disputes. We had to, for his own safety and ours, simply bypass the conversation.
We could simply
approach with a drawn weapon and threaten us, though.
Which is not a crime.
Brandishing.
We don't have jurisdiction on this planet, and morally,
then perhaps we should simply release him.
That was going
and
to
let
be
what
my,
may transpire.
That was going to be my thought. We could simply wipe our hands of this entire affair by beaming him back onto his ship and letting the Breen and the Starfolk sort things out amongst themselves.
Well, as I said, he has no ship. The only place he would be sent back to the planet with a lady who seems to be able to crack planets. And I can't attest. We can't testify to the cool people because we have we tried not to interact with them as too much to minimize contamination. And besides which, we wanted it to be a Folk Confederation cool conversation, not Starfleet just more mediating the situation.
If she really wanted to force an attack upon him, is there any realistic ability that we could stop her?
I do not think she's immune to our weapons.
Okay.
While I appreciate the moral stance of not wishing to turn him over to a near certain death, I will point out that we are interfering here, albeit somewhat unintentionally. We immobilized and captured the envoy when that was not our mission on the planet. I believe returning things to the state they were, while objectionable from a certain point of honor, perhaps, would be well within our
I don't think so,
interference
Commander.
obligations.
She indicated in no uncertain terms that she would kill the envoy and has the power to do so.
And as has been stated multiple times, we have no jurisdiction here.
Murder is a crime and punished with the death penalty on many worlds outside the Federation. It is, Atron shrugs, a fact we have to work around.
Well, it doesn't matter where it is on other worlds. It matters what it is in the cool system, but the cool might not even exist anymore.
Yeah, they're basically...
Yeah,
That's why I would suggest
Atron
the only
just
reason
makes a frown and says, well, how is there any possibility of confirming their existence?
You were saying, Doctor?
just that us holding on to him is more of a interference and a testament to the moral beliefs of our crew than anything else.
Question becomes, even if we did put him back down, we would have a choice where to put him down. Either putting him right square in the sights of this Starfolk, I think it's now, or maybe it's a Riverfolk, I don't know. Blue Sky, I'll just stick with that for now. If we put it in front of this Blue Sky, he's probably just going to get destroyed. If we put him somewhere else where he's being hunted down by somebody and we purposely put him in the way of harm, and we're responsible for that because he was fleeing and then we interfered. If we put him in the safety of the Cool, who supposedly are, as of current, have some sort of relations with the Breen, he may use them as a means to... Actually, if she doesn't bring back her interference, the Breen surface forces will likely start scrambling to get ready to attack her anyway, with whatever they have left, although I don't know how much they possibly have without their space station. Most of their assets were in orbit, not on the ground. My concern, I suppose, what I'm raising is that it is possible the Cool may be pulled into her grievance with him, but if we just set him down, the hands of Starfleet are not clean. We're already involved.
We're already involved when we picked him up. How is it putting him back any different?
What is the nature of the relationship between the Cool and the Breen?
Our understanding is that they are the Breen are using them as a sort of labor force by providing them with technology and certain materials to improve their life. There's no, as far as we could tell, there doesn't seem to be any, or as far as the Riverfolk could tell as well, there doesn't seem to be a formal signed document or charter of any kind, but it is clear that's part of what the negotiations were going to be about, was to ascertain precisely what relationship they have and if they could be talked into not aligning with the Breen anymore. So at this point, there's this sort of cargo cult air about them. These people don't seem to really know much about the Breen, and they didn't seem to object to them being there.
Atrum sighs and says, "Is there any chance we could simply remove the Breen from the planet? It feels like if there are not very many Breen left aboard here and their station has been destroyed and they are no longer in a position to maintain themselves, they may even be somewhat voluntarily agree to being simply dropped off on the nearest Breen homeworld, or the nearest Breen world."
There is a Breen fleet incoming.
Yeah, there's only one Breen here we're aware of, and he's on board on board the Haida. The rest of the Breen are coming in a fleet.
Oh no, there is Breen on the planet.
I thought the GM just said there
are.
Sorry.
That was talked about last. That was actually talked about last session as well. There are various Breen installations that are planet side. They basically weren't running around outside because when the world basically was coming to an end, they ran into their spaceports and hid for cover. So there's thousands of Breen on the planet.
Okay, that changes the calculus a bit, because it was like she might kill people inadvertently trying to kill this guy, but now there's a good reason to believe she might just start killing Breen as a way to get vengeance. She might still start killing people on the planet intentionally.
Just to get some way into the stars. Yeah.
Yeah.
You might not necessarily need us to intervene. But I don't like not knowing the scope of her power.
Took your thoughts into consideration, Doctor, but I will not hand someone over to be executed on uncorroborated charges.
I believe you are making the morally wise decision here, Captain, but I'm afraid we may be putting the safety of the ship in danger by doing so.
Unfortunately, I know one thing for certain in this situation, and that's that we all agreed to allow ourselves to be put into these situations and accept the consequences. I can't say that of anyone else involved. I think, under the light of what y'all have told me, I would like to offer Blue Sky that I'll send down a team with a stasis pod. She may willingly enter the stasis pod, in which case I will transport her back to a world of her choice and take what efforts I can within Starfleet to ensure that her and the envoy are brought back here for the Cool to resolve a judicial process with the Cool, but that she's too powerful for me to conscience her coming on board with the threats that she's made. And I cannot leave her behind knowing she is likely to engage in mass murder or invite down a space battle on the surface of a planet. The captain kind of looks around for objections.
I don't think she's likely to agree, but it's a start.
If she refuses, and starts to attack, then I think we have to use force to stop her. If she refuses but doesn't start using force, then I think we have to assume a defensive position of this planet, because I'm not going to allow the Breen to kill her either.
But in a fight between the Breen and the Starfolk, is it our place to intervene between them?
I would suggest it's not.
No, but the Cool don't have a way to defend themselves, and the Breen are, in my experience, will entirely be willing to use planet-destroying weapons against Blue Sky. I've not seen any restraint and violence on their part, so I feel it likely that if conflict happens between them, being that she can't fight off the planet, right? She can damage starships, we've seen that much, but she can't levitate, she can't bring herself into space, which means any conflict between her and the Breen are going to involve starship scale weapons inside a planetary atmosphere.
So in a sense,
Patron just nods.
we're siding with the Cool rather than the Breen or the Folk Confederation.
I think you could put it that way, Captain Raw. We'll have to side with the Cool.
I don't like representing a party that we know very little about and has not consented to such.
In which Deca
It
replies,
feels
but
patronizing.
in which Deca replies, although I suppose no matter what we choose, that would be what we're doing anyway. We know very little about them, or the Breen, or the Folk Confederation in the grand scheme of things.
The Breen and the Folk Confederation are powers that we can have a dialogue with on somewhat equal footing. We are taking a moral high ground here and presuming to speak for the Cool, which I am not comfortable with.
Well, I don't think we can. I would say I'm not sure that we know the same Breen. The Breen have yet to communicate to us at all. I think the first Breen that I've spoken to is, or that I've ever heard speak is the envoy.
I'll remind you again. You did encounter the Breen before this. They were the first ship. You just didn't know them as the Breen at the time.
No, we encountered the Breen. They just refused to communicate. They shot at us.
They talked to you.
And we talked to them.
Yeah. They basically identified themselves as a captain. They said you should be slaves and don't.
Yeah. Okay. The out of the two times I've heard Breen speak, one of them was a threat of incredible violence, and the second one was this envoy. I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Diplomacy with the Breen is obviously possible.
Not
I didn't say
probable.
it's possible.
It's possible.
I said
It's not very easy.
we can have dialogue with them.
Yeah.
Right. I wouldn't count either of these as dialogue.
So I will admit I will take some of this on the chin just simply because I know the Commodore was trying to assemble a sort of diplomatic political pressure, maybe a bit of fleet pressure to get the Breen to leave this sector. And I thought if I took a bit of initiative, I moved forward, I might be able, through assisting the Riverfolk with mediation, that maybe we'd be able to get this done diplomatically, if a bit sneakily. And this has bloomed into a much bigger problem that if we hadn't been involved at all, if I wasn't even here, we wouldn't have been part of the equation at all.
Now, let's not start down that road. Diplomacy for its own sake has value. I wouldn't ask you to apologize for trying to prevent a further outbreak of violence. None of our people, none of the Starfleet people, forced this into a violent confrontation.
Just wanted it noted on the record, so I'm not just passing the buck on to you. That's not how I operate.
Do we have
in a the captain will say Unless you have anything further to add, Commander Lithy and Lieutenant Deca, I'll ask you to return to your posts.
Quick question, GM.
Mm-hmm. Listening.
The Haida's away team, did they corroborate the accusations that Blue Sky leveled?
Yep. That's what part of that role is about. They saw what happened.
Okay. Then Alithia is going to say, well, Captain, I'm afraid I will be requesting to lodge formal protest against this course of action, given my own personal moral beliefs on this matter, and them coming into conflict with the captain's orders. However, I will execute my duties as ordered.
Thank you. If there's nothing further, you may return to your duties.
Nod and stand up and walk away.
Because the captain's ready to say to say a decision, and while is willing to give Alithia and Deca voices in the decision, the only people he's willing to let shoot down the decision are Atrim and Rahl.
Is Deca carried out by...
I didn't know I had the ability to shoot it down, but I wouldn't anyways.
Yeah, you've generally been consulted on big things when time is possible.
Sure, but I just meant that, like,
The captain has never come out and said, you can tell me no, because the captain doesn't want you knowing that you can do that, or thinking about things like that. But if you, the XO, are gonna make a principled stand, you might be the one that he will let say no. Just doesn't want it to go to your head.
So real.
Does Deca say anything where he's carried out by somebody else, either Alithia or someone on the Haida crew?
No.
Okay, wanted to check. I didn't want a god emoji there.
Yeah, no.
The
I'm
captain
good.
says, then I'm gonna, then my plan is to attempt to offer Blue Sky a way to leave this planet and any further violent conflict, and arrange for us all to work out a judicial process with the Cool and the Breen in the future. And if she refuses and does not use lethal force against us, then I will order our ships into orbit, where we will try to prevent the Breen from fighting with her, try to negotiate and defend the planet if necessary, which will be complicated because they don't want to talk to us and they have people on the planet. So that course of action is almost going to guarantee a firefight in orbit. But if she's willing to talk to us and work with us, then I have to be willing to offer her the same protection against execution that I offer this envoy. However, if she refuses and does show a proclivity to use lethal force, then I will use lethal force to stop her from destroying our ships.
Understood.
Did the Commodore give any directives we need to worry about in all this mess? I imagine she didn't anticipate how bad it was over here.
Transmitting my orders to you.
Pulls it. You see him look off screen for a second to look at his console. We'd be countering the third directive if the Breen arrive and we stay.
I'm willing to take that if she's willing to work with us, I'll take it that to prevent her execution, I disobeyed orders.
I will need you to give a pose. This is an odd time where this guy would pose you at all. Presence command opposed by Rawl, because Rawl's not aware that he would be disobeying orders, and you may be okay with that. He may not be okay with that. He doesn't have his own threat because he's supposed to be an ally. All I can do is make him stubborn with one threat. Does he have any reason to be? No particular traits. He won't spend threat because he's this isn't insane what you're doing. You're not doing something over the line. He's just staying to orders. Does he have a focus that makes sense? Deception, no. Decisive leadership, no, because you're actually the senior here. He's just noting his opposition. And because otherwise he'll leave. He won't necessarily take the guy with him, but he may not stay to help you. You can generate some momentum at least, because he didn't roll anything.
Trade a fair dealer.
Yeah.
Focus of inspiration.
Yeah.
Because I want him to want to be here.
I have to do at least a token roll for him to, follow orders. And from that roll, looks like he's like, he'll make some objections. That way, on the log, he said something, and he noted things. So when the JAG office comes after him, it's on the log later. But he doesn't put up much of a fight, which that will also be brought up by the JAG.
He's covered by orders of a superior officer, because the Commodore did specifically give. The Commodore didn't rely on just bigger ship or more senior captain. The Commodore explicitly gave Killick command authority here.
Yeah,
so
that's what
he gets a protection captains rarely get, I would think.
He gets a bit of a shield, but one could argue he's following illegal orders, which he's going to contend, as you're contending. We're aware of this, but we're doing this for a humanitarian moral reason, and in this case, these orders may not be a good idea to follow. Even though technically it's an order, yes, you'll ding us, but whatever, we're doing the better thing. We don't just follow orders blindly. But he has to make some effort to push back, because he's a captain. He's supposed to say something. Because if he doesn't say anything, it sounds a little colluding. And it's like, we didn't collude. I made my objection. He answered, and there we go. It's on the record. You don't get to yell at us both. He asserted his command. I accepted it.
All right. I'll have... Yeoman Vasek loop in the comm so you can participate in the conversation.
So you pull up.
We'll talk shortly.
Okay. Scene ends as you're done with your conversation. Any extraordinary acts by Ilithia or Dekka aboard the Haida before this conversation gets underway?
I don't think so.
Just a hypospray full of cyanide,
Mm-hmm. I just go and kill the brain.
Problem solved.
Now, jeez.
That's the Alan way of solving problems.
Yeah. No, Ilithia's made her objection. She's given her reasoning, and is willing to operate within the command structure.
You kind of did what Rawl did, although you did it for far more moral reasons. Rawl did it out of legal reasons. It's like, legally I should say something because I'm supposed to. Do you actually care? Phasers up, load torpedoes. Let's go. I'm a patrol boat. This is what I'm for. You want to fight? I'm not letting you fight by yourself. You kidding? But I have to say something. So yeah, you get back to the bridge. Your away team's still stuck over on the Haida because their shields are still up. And actually, I will pull...
I like my Dr. Exo and Lieutenant too much to allow them to be lightninged.
Well, I'd let some of us be lightninged.
You know, whatever floats your boat.
So true.
The captain, I'll say, Vasek, connect the Haida into our comms channel.
Captain? He taps at this console at the back.
Type on the chair to open up the communication back with Blue Sky.
There's a slight delay as the camera cuts to her. She picked up the backpack and kind of walked with it for a bit because she wasn't just going to stand there until she hears the thing beeping at her. She takes it off and sees you. For a brief moment, you see she must have hit a button by accident. And actually, no, she doesn't have to push anything. It just turns on. So you're looking at like blowing wind for a second, and then you see her turning the thing around so it faces toward her.
The captain says, Blue Sky, I want to start by reiterating that we do not wish to be in conflict with you. Even if circumstance makes it such that you might feel the need to be in conflict with us. I am therefore willing to offer to transport you off of this world before a brain fleet arrives. But your willingness to commit violence and your intense power, your power that is beyond anything any of my people are capable of dealing with at a personal level, means that to bring you into my starship is not something that I can do under normal circumstances, but I will allow you to come aboard if you're in stasis. And I will take great effort to ensure that the Folk Confederation and Starfleet arrange for you and the envoy to come back here when it's possible to seek justice under the laws of the Cool. But I am unwilling to allow the envoy to be executed by you. I'm unwilling to allow you to be executed by the Brain Fleet. I'm unwilling to allow this planet to be bombarded by a Brain Fleet or by your powers. So I ask that you accept this offer.
Presence command difficulty 3. She doesn't seem to be. She's not opposing you. It's more. It feels like if you feel as if you're trying to get her to understand what you're talking about. Like you can see that face of anger, the sort of vengeful face you might have seen in wartime. People who are mad at the Klingons for personal grievances, and you're trying to talk through that, so she's listening to you.
Yeah, Killick has been this mad before.
Yeah. And it's like, you're telling me what to do, screw you, I'll do what I want. Like, no, that's not what I'm trying to tell you. Just listen for a second. So I'm trying to help. I'm not saying the Breen was right. I'm not saying your friend deserved it. Don't even know your friend. Sure, he's a nice guy.
Anyway, he could have been a prick for all I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I will burn spoiling for a fight to get a point of determination.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Because I've almost maybe weaseled my way out of a fleet engagement and fighting her. And Killick is reminded that he did want to murder all Klingons before, having to go through a bunch of therapy and rehabilitation after the last war, and realizes how bad that could be for someone else who is this powerful. Because Killick never actually had the power to act on those beliefs. She does.
Yeah. I agree with the burn.
Yeah, no, I
and-
think this makes sense.
I said I'd let you veto me, and not on burning my own values. See, it's already gone to your head.
I'm actually the co-consul of this ship now.
So next session, you're the captain. Goes back and
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I
see,
mean, that's
this is the
normally-
thing the Romans learned. Augustus and a Caesar, a senior emperor and a junior emperor doesn't work out because both people just think they're the emperor.
Listen, there were never any wars in Rome over who had complete authority and who wasn't a real emperor. That never happened. It worked out great.
You regular Maximilian, or Maximus. I will spin that on it's my duty to protect those who cannot or will not protect themselves. Because I don't feel like I can use save lives, because I am willing to get into violent conflict with her or the brain. I'm just not willing to allow anyone who isn't capable of defending themselves to be killed in the process. If that works for you.
Yep, I follow the logic.
Trade a fair dealer?
Yeah,
to
she
be
knows
asked
you.
to just accept stasis would be really weird unless you're dealing with someone who has repeatedly shown they can be trusted.
I'll take it.
Um,
So right now you're comp checking with that by the sound of that.
all right. Focus in negotiation, because she could gain actual justice if she thinks the cool law would help her.
I take it.
I'll spend a momentum.
5 gained.
Hey, sometimes you roll well at meaningful moments. Not often.
What are you talking about? I've been rolling pretty good this whole campaign.
I've seen the evidence.
You think... Do you genuinely think that these people, the Cool and the Breen, will actually punish him for what he did? If we do nothing,
No, you'll never see justice from the Breen. The Cool I can't speak for. But it's theirs to decide. They're the ones who have the law of this planet. He may get away scot-free. The Cool may decide... The Cool may have an arbitrary legal system where they flip a small disc to decide guilt, and I couldn't help you in that situation. All I can offer is to allow the people who own this planet to determine if their laws were violated. I can't offer you the kind of true justice in a reasoned court with reasonable counsel and jurisprudence, because that's not on the table with the Cool, the Breen. We have no jurisdiction. The folk have no jurisdiction, so no.
I would disagree with that. They did an act of war against our people in a peaceable negotiation. Even if I do not act now, and I do not intend to destroy your ships, I was happy to destroy the Breen. They've already captured so many of us. But Starfleet has not shown itself to be imperialists and conquerors and slavers.
If you're at war with the Breen, then I sympathize, but I do not wish the Cool to be destroyed in the middle of that war.
I am telling you that if they escape and I do nothing, even if I do nothing, for it would mean destroying the Cool in the aside and you, you will have allowed a member of the Folk Confederation to be murdered without consequence. And the Folk Confederation will remember this. I will make sure they know that. You side with our enemies and shield them. However noble you may think that is, you are getting in the way. But I won't kill you to make that so. I'll simply leave it to elders to make the correct decisions.
Do you wish for transport under my terms, or would you like to be left alone on this world under the promise of nonviolence?
You see her pace around a little bit. You see that the rage around her has calmed off finally. She's still holding the device.
I'm afraid I'll need an affirmative answer. That you do not intend to wage war on this planet.
If they are willing, I will wait here, and we will see if you can get justice done by whatever it is the Cool do. Perhaps they will recognize the crime and punish him. And if he's actually punished for what he did, then I will live with not exacting the Federation's laws against him. But if the Breen try to free him with force, or he merely is let go with a laurel of leaves, then I have to try. So do what you can, Starfleet, for I will have to as well.
Do I feel like she has told me that if I jump through all the hoops and I get her in front of the legal process of the Cool, and the Cool decide, because of their own judicial system, right, that there's not enough evidence, maybe they require like 2 or 3 people to see the crime, that for whatever idiosyncratic reason they decide they can't do anything about it, that she will start killing whoever happens to be in the way to get to him. Like if the Cool try to stop her, she'll kill them.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's only I will respect the system so long as the system does what I say it does, kind of. There's no intention to work with us. There's only a willingness not to fight someone who's near her strength. Like she doesn't want to fight us because it might not work out. But
I'd ask for an insight roll. You're digging real deep into some of those words. Insight command difficulty too. I can't really answer to that other than you could presume those things, but I can't confirm those as a GM.
I'll go ahead and roll. I mean, I pretty much got my answer, but I may have digged a little bit too far.
Yeah.
I'll spend 3 momentum.
2, 3. Difficulty was 2, so you generate 3 back. So that comes back. To her, reading into it, she, at the moment, has the power to do what she wants. She feels she could force you to do what she wants. She doesn't want to do that. She'd rather, because she seems to only want him to suffer. He did the crime. He's the murderer. He deserves to be punished. If he gets punished, great. Whether it's by her counsel, by the Cool, or the Breen, she doubts that last one. But if he gets actually punished, then she can try to let that go. But if he gets off scot-free, that to her will not be justice. And she will go back on her attempt to get him. Though she's a lot less indiscriminate. But if the Breen are here, it is very like, you know that they will start a shootout over it. And she'll start a shootout back with them. And that will be happening here on Cool. So she might not go out of her way to destroy the star system, but a war will start on the planet. Whether or not she'll fight you, she doesn't seem to have fear of your ship or its abilities. That's not what's halting her. What's halting her is that she doesn't think you're bad people. She doesn't want to fight you. Breen, she thinks are terrible people. Cool, she hopes they'll do the right thing. And if they don't, then they're helping the Breen. They're helping a murderer escape. But again, he's the one that's at fault. Now, how well she'll be able to accomplish that, that's hard to say, because who knows how her ability... Because she was River Folk, she's using a device. Is she overestimating her abilities? Can she even do what she thinks she can do?
Alright, I'll turn to Fushi and say, Fushi, I need a full scan of her. Actually, sorry, I will mute and then say that, obviously. The captain will say, stand by, I need to scan you to ensure that the offer I've made is possible.
She shrugs.
And the captain, I will tell you, the captain is lying in that I would send down Alithia to determine if I could put her in stasis. I am asking Fushi to scan her to see if I can not use the phasers on her non-lethally. So I am lying.
A post roll. Because she was waiting to see if you're lying to her or not. She's the target, so I'll buy it with a threat, because I don't want to use too much of her personal threat. I'd rather hang on to that. Good thing I did. That's 4. 5, sorry. Did 5. I forget how good her stats are right now. Press security. That's what comes security, sorry. Either way. Security or command. Because, you know, you're trying to do a sneak. You're trying to pull a sneaky one on her.
Well, I'd hate to burn it, but if it happens, it happens. Trait of fair dealer, because I've been pretty open and honest with her. I've been open and honest with the Folk Confederation. And I don't think there's anything to indicate that I've...
I don't think fair dealer makes you really good at lying, though.
Yeah, it's
No,
the opposite of fair dealer.
No, it doesn't make me good at lying, but it means, like, she's trusted me. She's gone off of fair dealer several
I'll take
times.
it. I'll ding you for lying, but I'll ding. But yeah, the trait will hit. That's the proper
risk
answer.
here is if it gets known that I relied on my reputation to lie,
I may poke you to change that trait into something else.
But I'm willing to take that risk on this.
Yeah, it's a high diff, so I can see why you're trying to swing for the fences a bit.
All right.
I'm okay. There we go.
I should have asked Knight to help me out with some determination earlier.
Sorry.
Trying to be my favorite, but can't even get me determination I need.
Makes you feel better. I would have had more threat at the time, so.
I'm gonna challenge de-escalate. I have decided de-escalation is... I've decided that she is too attached to violence to not kill somebody. I just don't know who it's gonna be.
I'll take that.
Okay. And then I'll use full mitt. And a focus on Starfleet protocols, because this would seem like a normal thing to do.
I'll say no, because that wouldn't be swaying to her. She doesn't know your protocols as well as you do. Like Like, they've only met you this year.
All right.
That's 4.
So that is 4.
5. Sorry,
On
because you used your trait in a negative way. Well, that's the judgment, but there's a comp there. Threat or trouble. Or
Is it going to the
reroll.
trouble trait?
Huh?
Is it going to the trouble trait?
If you give it me as a comp.
Okay.
Because the Breen arriving kind of halts
Sure.
your conversation pretty fast.
Well, because I've succeeded, so I don't need a reroll. Or
Oh, you have a complication. That's why I'm highlighting to you.
no, that's what I'm asking. I don't need. I was double checking that I have succeeded.
You have
or else
succeeded.
I might need to reroll. Okay.
Oh, yeah, I've
then
succeeded.
no, you can take it.
Okay.
You can take it.
Yeah, you lie to her, and she doesn't. She paces around. She's kind of in her own head a lot, so she doesn't realize you've lied to her.
All right, then I'm gonna direct Fushi. Whoever wants to use Fushi.
Can do it.
You're scanning her for what again? Sorry.
Whatever the captain wants me to scan her for.
I want to know
Marriage.
if she is vulnerable to our phasers. And what would happen if I hit the weapon? I wanna know the contingencies of using the phasers on her and the weapon.
Reason medicine difficulty 5.
Oh,
She has a medicine of 1.
Sensors
I
plus
will
medicine.
I'm gonna hold Alithia to her word.
Okay.
And it may shoot me in the foot. But I'm gonna hold Alithia to her word that she will follow orders that she has done, which I'm taking a leap of faith.
One quick hyperthread. Just saying.
The captain will say, Fushi, transmit that data to Commander Alithia. She'll be the one doing the stasis. And I'll tick off a private message to Alithia. And I'll try to encrypt it. I mean, I don't know what Blue Sky's powers are, but I have to take what precautions I can.
I'll hand wave that part. I won't sweat you for that.
The communication with Alithia will say, I need to know if you could put her in stasis, but that's secondary. It doesn't matter to me, but it could be useful for the log. What I really need to know is what effect my phasers will have on her and the device she has.
Huh?
Exo, can I have my determination back before we get too far?
Yeah.
Take it back.
Okay, Alithia, do you have yours?
I do not.
Okay, I'm gonna give mine to you.
Okay.
Exo, can I have my
Sure.
Disgusting.
we do have a momentum on the table too, because I spent towards determination.
Oh, sorry. My bad.
Actually, we have 2 momentum now. If I tie that, giving Alithia determination to sensors can't tell you. Actually, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah, I think.
Okay. The captain's ability doesn't require me to.
Yeah, it's true. It's more
I
of a yeah.
I try to do it if I can, but so we only have 1 momentum because I don't think I could tie that.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Giving Alithia
So-
to a value. In fact, it goes against a value.
For the analysis, including the device, ancient technology as a focus?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you'd be using the Haida's ship seeks. You're using their sensors.
Okay.
Just so you know.
We can't use ours because I tried to route it through. Like, send
You
her
could
the data we were collecting. Like, we collect it and she analyzes it, was what I was thinking.
Oh yeah. Oh you. Yeah. If you want your both ships could assist actually for the exact reason because you'd be able to. She could look it up on the computers over there. You could look it up on your computers. So.
Okay, that's good because then I can give you the trait veteran sensor operators if the GM allows.
Yep. So
Which is what I wanted.
Typing would be hard if I actually type. There we go. D4.
Okay. Does lodged protest serve as any sort of negative here or anything?
I will leave it alone. I have a good reason to spend to increase it and make it a complication, but I arguably would have to spend threat to make that a complication.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it rises. It's not a trait in and of itself that you did that.
Neither ship had it, other than the one trait.
Okay. So diff 4.
Oh, damn it! Never mind. I was gonna use the Federation Ship Council, but I rolled and didn't even think about it. But that's fine. I can save that in case I need it later.
Yeah. Spend toward the value. I can't save everyone, but I'll be damned if I don't try.
Yep. I see that logic.
Cool. And see if I keep that. I do. Then let's see. Are inexhaustible patience or soothing presence hurting me at all here?
Inexhaustible patience would be a complication. Yeah. Because if you take too long, that buys time for the Breen to get here.
Okay, slight argument there actually, in a way. I am operating under protest here, but I am inexhaustibly patient.
Yeah, she's
So I'm not
being
letting
asked
that
to do
affect her.
something
I would
she
take that
doesn't
if
want to
I
do.
would take that if I activated. I would take that as a way to cancel out me activating that as a complication.
yeah.
But I left it alone. Not to counter this, but out of sheer I didn't want to spend my threat for that.
Yeah.
So it's not even a complication. Yep.
Mm-hmm. Just figured I'd make a counter argument.
Oh,
Hey,
good for
it's worth
you.
that.
You
It's
got
worth
to keep
putting
your-
up there.
Does that
got
comp
to keep your
apply
throne.
to the ships as well, or just her?
It would, yeah.
Okay, because then there's a
Ship comp.
complication on the table
Yeah.
now. Because the Bonaventure was a 19.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And am I working with the proper tools and equipment for this?
I would say so. Yeah.
Cool.
We have 2 starships worth of sensors scanning a person on the ground.
Yeah. I will give you 2 threat. Threat. And momentum here for 3 dice.
And how much momentum? Sorry.
I spent 1.
You spent 1, right? Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. You did it all on your own, but you have a comp that I don't think you can do anything about other than give me threat or increase the trouble track.
Correct. I also generated 2 because I spent determination.
2 regular momentum?
Yeah.
Want to make sure it wasn't bonus, that's why I asked. Because I forget.
Mhm.
What do you want to do with your comp?
Trouble track, I suppose. Yeah.
So it's up to 6. Starting to regret I put that track so darn high, but I did. I'm not going to cheat.
Well, what as a fellow GM, I would say that some of these probably should have hit the resistance, because then each impact doesn't only go up by 1; it starts escalating. So, there are, like, when the situation changes, you can lower the resistance.
I was thinking about that. I got it. It's more of I figured I put the number a little too high. I also could have just made this a time interval.
I think the number is right if your impact is 5, because 5 could get out of hand real quick if it's only like 10 or 15. It's because then it's only like 2 or 3 failures and you're done.
But all this to say, though, just so we don't get too far off, because we're running against the clock. Scanning blue sky, you were determining if she could be put into stasis. She can, if she willingly goes into it, of course. Because someone resists, it's kind of hard to press the status button when they're banging on the door and kicking at the glass and stuff. But as for the device, if you fire a phaser at her, the device seems to be greatly augmenting her biological systems, if you will. It seems to be through a method you're not entirely familiar with. You'd have to study it for longer, but the device seems to be sort of connected with her. It's part of her biological system as much as someone having an implant is now part of their biology in a sense. And if it's like a bio implant, to put it that way, a synthetic liver is still your liver, sort of thing. Likewise, this thing seems to be connected to her through some method you don't quite understand. If she were just a river folk and you phasered her, she'd flop over, because river folk are just humans. Ultimately, they just have they have some evolutionary differences from humans, but from a baseline, a phaser puts them down like everybody else. If that thing may react, and it's one of two things will happen. You're not sure. You'd have to look into it better, or perhaps you'd have to spend momentum to clarify. But base success tells you one of two things will likely happen. One of three things will happen. One, she just flops over. It's entirely possible this thing, for all its power, doesn't protect her from phasers.
And in this case, we're talking about ship scale phasers. That was the question.
Yeah, yeah. I imagined. So maybe it's ship fail phasers. Maybe if it does protect him phasers, maybe ship is enough to overcome that. Two, it actually protects her and absorbs the energy and then reuses it into some star folk type of technology that allows it to redirect. There are technologies like certain Vulcan's psychic tools and their archaeology where your aggression can be redirected out towards somebody and multiplied. And other such ancient technologies that say you could do that. So it's possible this may reflect back on you if you attack her. Thirdly, it may overload and detonate, killing her.
If it detonated, would it just be a danger to her?
That sounds like a clarifying question.
Did Alithia want to ask that?
Yeah, I'll ask, how large of a detonation would we be talking about?
It would obliterate everything within long range of her. So if she's out in the field, it'll obliterate the field and her, but it won't destroy the entire planet. Like, it's personnel scale. It would blow up. It's a personnel item, so it's personnel power charge. So it'd be as if you just blasted at kill rate the entire zone. So if she's in a town or near a town or a spaceport, they're going to get hit too. But if she's out in the field somewhere, she's the only one who gets
she couldn't leave our shield bubble as far as we know. Or it hasn't been said that she left our shield bubble, so... Yeah,
she started walking toward it, but she was like, there's some distance for her to do that. It takes her time to walk that much distance.
It is out in the open right now, as far as we know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Any other clarifying questions?
Anything biologically from her that would suggest capacity for a phaser strike to be effective or not against her? The tech side of that, but...
I know what you mean.
Oh yeah, because you did say that we could ask a question to clarify that.
Yeah. So it depends on her. You looking into it, and what you've learned of the Folk Federation and of the River Folk and how they act and what they believe, you're trying to think of how their technology might work. You're making a lot of guesses, but you're having some data of scanning one of their more powerful devices. So you're able to extrapolate that it largely depends on her state of mind. If she just accepts it and doesn't use the item, there's a sense of intentionality. She has to intend to strike back at you, intend to blow up herself and everyone around her, or intend to be knocked out. It follows intention.
Right.
If she's hit and in that moment she's in a rage, she probably will just blow you up. She'll probably reflect it back out of you in rage. If she's a lot calmer, then it's a matter of whether or not she's willing to submit to being captured or not. Which depends on the individual. Riverfolk have varying opinions on what's acceptable, what isn't. Ideally, all things in creation must try to stay around as much as possible, but the creator gave them free will, so whether she accepts that or not is up to her.
So Alithia will calm back to the captain and say, I would strongly recommend against a course of action involving weapons deployment. There is greater chance of it causing either collateral damage, death of the target, both, or excessive damage to the Bonaventure than there is of success.
Do you have enough data to provide percentages, or is that the limit of your report?
I don't think I can provide percentages because I don't have precise numbers. I'd need additional studies, maybe even additional subjects in order to provide that sort of accuracy. But I can say.
Oh, let me. I may have said that wrong. I wasn't the captain wasn't asking if you could tell me like what of the three options is the one likely to happen. I meant, do you tell the captain the specific details like the explosions in long range, or do you leave it vague? Like how much collateral, how much energy might be directed back, or to keep those vague?
I feel like an opposed roll's in the air at the moment.
I'm gonna accept whatever Alithia tells me. I'm not trying to determine if Alithia's lying.
Okay.
Alithia's not lying, but she's also not confident enough in those examples necessarily. So she's not willing to say it will only explode at long range radius. But she said death of the subject and potential collateral damage.
Because those are things you can easily confirm,
Yeah. She's not saying it would cause the planet to blow up. And, some degree of collateral damage and death of the subject is likely under multiple possible reactions. And while the collateral is not at a planetary scale, it's still worth considering, I'd say. Additionally, that's only one of the possibilities that could result in the death of the subject.
I'm going to take 2 threads.
There's also the possibility. Yep. There's also every possibility that this combination of effects could result in a deflective strike or an amplifying strike, where our own phaser shot was returned at us with equal or greater power. As said, I would strongly discourage the use of weapons.
Thank you, Commander.
Yes, Captain. Oh, and in regards to stasis, as long as she consents to such a procedure, it would not be an issue.
Because putting a resistant person into stasis is notoriously difficult without stunning them unconscious or something.
And also, morally, I don't know legally, but morally pretty bad.
Oh yeah. But I was just talking biologically. Biologically, stasis is a sensitive process. You don't want the patient thrashing around and stuff. If they're
Screaming and yeah.
Yeah, if they're combative, it's hard to make them. It's like, please stop hitting things. That's very important. You don't break things in there. Welcome to your own Kabuyashi Maru, Bonaventure.
The captain will open the channel.
She's still pacing around. But she's staying within camera, like she's waiting for you to say stuff to
her. Blue Sky, we can proceed with the the word's escaping me. The starts with an S. Stasis. We can proceed with the stasis.
Well, that's good.
Would you like to seek recourse from the Breen directly? I would be willing to hand you over to the Breen if you were willing to be handed over.
Inside command. Inside command. She's gonna say something.
She's gonna say something I really don't want her to say.
This is opposed. You're the defender.
What? Let me clarify. What is
She's going to answer your question. Whether you're going to discern what she really means is up to the roll. She's going to say something. Whether or not you believe her is a different thing. Like, I might not reveal to you exactly what she means by what she's saying.
Would it be fine for you to say what she's going to say and let me decide if I want to know the truth behind it or not?
You could.
I may just accept her at what she says.
She would say.
Without any clarification.
She would say. I just mechanically I knew I had to say that because I was like, that's not fair for me to surprise you with that.
Yeah.
She would say. After a long pause, and she paces a little bit, not super long, but noticeable. I would be willing to allow the Breen to speak on their folks' behalf. I can allow them to be reasonable, is what she would say.
The captain says, then, under the explicit understanding that I am transporting you and the envoy to the Breen fleet so that you may engage in legal discussions about the outcome of the hostility on the planet, I will transport you. And the captain really hopes she doesn't say anything other than yes.
I'm willing to accept this.
Because I realized for a second there, I entirely am unwilling to allow them to kill each other on the cool world. I don't have any qualms. If she says to me, I will talk to them, and she goes over there and she says, I want to talk to you. And they start shooting, and she starts shooting back. I have no qualms, as long as she said she will talk to them first. And she lies to me, and she shoots first. I'll be entirely willing to arrest her for that. I am taking her at her word that she will try diplomacy first. And if the cool aren't in the way, I am not worried about the outcome.
Very good.
Why don't... anyways. The captain will say, I am unwilling to transport you in stasis to the Breen ship, which means at some point you will have to be outside of stasis on my ship, which negates the point of having you in stasis anyways, because you could use that instance to destroy us.
I will attempt to allow the brain to act in a just manner. You are allowing me to exact... I'm allowing justice to be done. And if the brain is willing to actually do it, then fine.
She almost shot us both in the foot. She was one word away. I'm ready to exact. Please, God, don't say it. Don't say it.
So, you make the arrangements?
Yes, I will try to, even if it's kind of difficult to use a set of pattern enhancers and beaming to the surface, so that my shields and the Haida's shields are never down at the same time.
Yeah, you're able to...
That way I can get her on board with the Haida not being vulnerable. Because I don't want her to change her mind and jump over there and shoot them.
We go to a new scene. We jump forward in time and see the consequences of these actions. Ha ha ha. I said the thing. Yeah. Who is sitting with you who will sit with you, or will you have sit with you in the captain's ready room and the aftermath of what's happened? Because, this is decided now, so. Who's going to be there to look over to discuss with you what happened?
So this is like some point we've like met the Brain Fleet, and they were willing to talk to us to hand her over.
Yeah, this is after all that.
Okay.
I'm about to tell you what the...
I kind of assumed that was just not going to work at all, and they were going to start shooting at us.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad we got away with it. We'll talk with Alithia and Atrum.
And Dekka is basically on Nav.
Yep.
I'll touch on you, Dekka. I will communicate to you that after the events I'm about to recount, you are currently en route to rendezvous with Rimward Fleet Gamma and Survey Expedition Delta, who are just at the edge of the sector. The Haida and you are kind of flying somewhat in similar warp. And I will say unto you that psychically speaking, your touch upon Blue Sky's mind was someone who, as you've had time to think about it, and you've been working, you've had other stuff on your mind. But I would say unto you that she was a person who wasn't just mad that Riverfolk was killed. That enough was to tick her off. But that was... that was her family that died. Yeah. And so you kind of have the shadow of her sorrow of watching her brother be murdered in front of her. And it's almost like even back then she tried not to focus on that because she'd lose her mind completely and just try to kill anyone who was around her. She was trying to stay focused on what killed her.
Just in the utter throes of despair, would have just wrecked anyone and anything in her path.
Do you have any questions about what you saw in her mind, or any epilogue here as the camera fades away from you?
No, just a thought about how sad it is. That a mind can be so harmed in anguish that one would go so far, because I think Dekka understands the idea of having that kind of power, although it's a very different kind of power. Dekka knows that if they wanted to, if someone truly upset them, Dekka could lash out.
Mm-hmm.
Dekka could lash out in a really ugly way. But like, Dekka can't imagine themselves doing that. Dekka, and Dekka had a really nasty experience with that relatively recently.
Mm-hmm.
That just, and now especially because of that, like, Dekka can't imagine ever being pushed so far to use this disproportionate power that they have to kill. But then again, they never felt the life of someone who they were so close to be snuffed. They imagine it would feel like losing one that was in one of the Medusan hive minds, because the Medusans have the whole hive mind thing going on.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess then thinking that, Dekka really isn't sure. It's messy and it's complicated.
We swivel the camera into the ready room, where Ilithia and Atrum are coming in to speak with Killick.
I do have a question, because I might change who's here. At a high level, is the fleet still anticipating operations that are we still expecting hostility from the Breen?
Without tipping the hand, it's complicated.
Okay. Did we have time to stop by Ballistic?
No, you're meeting up with them.
Okay. Questions answered. Continue. It didn't change anything.
So the three of you and Dekka are aware that at this point in time, you were able to get the Breen fleet did arrive in full force. Basically 4 ships ready to go, demanding their envoy back, and you probably told them something along the lines of, okay, sure. They're not used to you being compliant. And you even give them the chance to speak with the person who the envoy is accusing of things. You're willing to transport her over. She's willing to be transported, so she is. And you become in the dark for that conversation for a good while. Because you don't know what happens over in the Breen ship. You're not part of that. You're not mediating it in any way.
If they didn't blow up in the first 45 seconds, that she held up her end of the bargain.
Right?
There's a bit where Raul's like, should we stick around or should we get going? Should we wait to see how this turns out? Or technically, we should be going, but you're the ranking cap. You're the captain in command. So, should we hang about or should we get going? And would you have hung about
Yeah,
to witness it for yourself, or do you
me-
just kind of get out of there?
me hung about because I want if I may ask them politely to get their people off the planet if things go awkward. So I'll wait until it's clear whether or not I'm going to ask that or not.
After waiting for a bit, you notice various ships in the Breen fleet start detonating.
Oh,
As streams of beams start carving the ships apart. And the Breen fleet is no more in a very rapid thing. I will note none of the shots came close to hitting you or the hideout, or the planet even. It's almost like it was very intentional. But nothing remained of blue sky. Except the drifting wreckage of the Breen fleet. Upon which Ral would point out, I don't think we have a good reason to be here anymore. I don't see any survivors.
Yeah, we'll withdraw.
And now you're probably a day, 3 days to, because you have to meet with the fleet and they're a fair distance away from you. So you've had time to sit there and go over everything that's happened and double check. And there's nothing you missed. There was no, as far as sensors on the hideout or the Bonaventure are concerned, there was no one left in the Breen fleet. And I would ask for the thoughts or reactions of Ilithia, Atrim, and Killick as you all have that moment to kind of process what happened.
As Ilithia walks in, the captain has a bit of a smirk. I did not want to do Ilithia's plan, but I gave Ilithia what she asked for. In a different way. I did let them solve themselves, just not on the Queen planet.
Yeah.
Upon hearing
Oh, well,
all this,
that's
Atrim,
well.
Atrim is going to say, so what is the lesson we learned from this to take to future events?
Alithia will laugh slightly at that.
The captain says, always talk first, then shoot later.
I suppose that is a good lesson to take away.
We only had to use force once, and it was non-lethal. And I call that a win.
That's always a win. The less I have to do that half of my job, the better. I wish any of this could be mapped onto any sort of clear after-action recommendations, because these kinds of situations emerge, and, well, I guess we can only navigate our way through them in the moment.
Having yourself too prepared is a kind of blindness, Commander.
I would say...
Sit with discomfort.
I would say this. Focus on those who have no agency. In this situation, everyone could have gone home except the Cool. The Cool were already at home. Blue Sky could have decided to accept transport to spare the Cool and then go on her warpath of vengeance once the Cool were out of the line of fire. The Brain could have decided to engage in an actual investigation as to whether there was any misconduct by their envoy and work with Blue Sky to collect evidence and ask us possibly to be involved, and they didn't. Our people could have tried to convince Blue Sky to leave once it was clear that the Brain were involved, before even starting negotiations. But the Cool never had an option of leaving, so I was glad we were able to get everyone to leave before resorting to violence.
Atrum nods her head. If only they all ended like this.
You know, probably could have been a male in it if you had wanted to stretch your diplomatic legs and go with Blue Sky to try to act as a impartial mediator. I, of course, as captain, would not have been allowed to leave the ship.
Atrum just smiles and laughs. Runs a hand through her hair and doesn't say anything.
I can't say I'm happy with the amount of death that was involved in this resolution of things.
Don't take my happiness at the safety of the cool to indicate a giddiness at the death of the brain. I wish they had been able to work non-violently with Blue Sky as well.
It is
It's sad that they were not.
It is an unfortunate reality of settling disputes amongst many groups outside of the Federation that violence is the only option carried out. Almost every day there is another conflict between groups of people outside of the Federation in which people die. In this case, we just happened to be galactically close to the events that happened.
Yeah, distance always makes it worse. If you see the people, you feel it more strongly.
Atrum says under her breath, or if you can feel the people.
Yeah, not a problem I have. And well, the captain didn't hear you say so.
Point of fact, I'm even going to go one step further and call for fitness medicine difficulty 5 for Dekka and Atrum.
Okay.
Can I help with this in some way?
You can assist both of them, because you would have had days to sit with them and have them, because they would have felt the psychic shockwave of a lot of brain dying. Because you were very close to that, psychically speaking.
Becca, do you want to go first, or do you want me to go first?
What's the attribute discipline combo?
It's in the Roll20.
Fitness medicine. About the psychic experience of what we just saw.
Yeah. I'd be rocking a 10, but I do have a trait.
Go for it.
Soothing presence on my assist for them? By any chance?
If you're treating them after, I would help, but you're assisting them with withstanding it. Yeah.
I will spend my value, because I got a determination back earlier in the session.
Yeah.
To the value of be not afraid.
Yeah.
I will invoke the trait of psychically hardened.
Yep.
Psionics focus.
Yeah. Sometimes you have to know when to shut the door and not listen to the fire outside.
And choose that, and I'm also using this to call back 331 2026. Be not afraid to resist psionic pain.
Yeah.
Just noting that I called a thing back. 8, 11, 6. Okay, cool. So I have 2 hits, and I'm rolling 2 dice. Yeah. Both of these need to hit. And both of them hit. There
you go. It is a trying thing that will haunt you for a bit, but you're able to work your way through it with Alethea's help and consulting with her, because that's not a comfortable feeling for a psychic.
Yep. Okay. Fitness medicine. rocking an 11. I don't have a determination anymore. Not that it matters. Focus and composure.
Yep.
Okay. Cool-headed. I just kind of take things as they are.
Depressingly, yes.
Hmm. That's not gonna help. That's okay, I'm gonna tap my star-crossed to double my I'm gonna double my
Oh, hold on.
crit
Before
rate
you
from 1 to 2.
before you roll, let me
yeah.
roll my assist just to see if you have any extra momentum to work
Because,
with.
yeah, you would have rolled for Deca's sake, yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, there you go. You have 2 momentum. So there's that.
There's 2 momentum.
Okay, so with my star-crossed, we're now rocking 2. Okay.
If we have momentum on the table, I will offer to spend momentum to roll an assist as well, because Killix had to decompress from coming back from an actual war zone before. So if I can use that to justify helping, I will.
If you're accepting the assist, I
Okay.
won't say no to it.
I'll accept it. All right, so I'll spend 1 momentum and then 5 threat to roll a full mit.
Can I do?
Or
I guess is it presence medicine?
that's the default. Yeah.
Yeah.
But you could argue presence command. You're a CO talking to an XO, talking them through after battle action sort of thing. That wouldn't be unreasonable. It's like, hey, look, if you need an extra day off or you need shorter shifts, that's fine. Don't worry about it.
Well, no, I mean, I do intend Killick to talk about, like, this is what it was like for me after, living
Yeah, that'd
for
be
a
more
year
medicine-y.
fighting the Klingons, so, and having to give up on that.
Yeah.
So, what was the medicine or command was your
Medicine
suggestion?
is where that falls to, I think.
Okay. Focus and inspiration? Because I
Yeah.
have 1 key. Okay. Oh, that doesn't matter because I have 1.
I was like, wow, you have a medicine of 2. Someone's progressive. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. You even gained a momentum at the end of that rainbow. That comp, threat or complication?
Complication. Why not?
I will inflict a ding on you on your reputation, complication-wise, because you basically flip out. You basically snap at somebody, and you realize you're like, "Whoa, I'm so sorry, Lieutenant. That is not okay. That's very unbecoming of me. I'm just gonna take a break. That's what I'm gonna do because you didn't succeed. You're like, whoa, that was inappropriate. I'm sorry."
A couple times before she's like nudged Fushi to be like, you need to step up as a senior officer to try to, groom the next generation of leadership. So I think it's probably Fushi would be the one she's most likely to flip out and, feel so disappointed and frustrated she yells at.
Yeah. And then even Fushi's probably like, whoa, why are you so mad at me? It's like, whoa, you're right.
Yeah.
That was a disproportionate response.
This person had something else going on. Yeah.
But yeah, so in all, the Breen are pushed out of the system. The next Breen fleet, the Breen are going to be very cautious about the system, but the Breen will hold a long-standing grudge with the Federation. Because it felt like a Federation trap, even though it technically wasn't, but the Breen have their suspicions, but they don't know what really happened. The mystery of what happened in the Dawnland Fringe is very expensive, lost a bunch of ships, and it just ain't worth poking around there anymore. The Folk Confederation are not pleased with what Blue Sky did. They don't openly condone it. The Elders don't. But you hear through rumblings among Folk Federation people, some agree with her actions, some disagree with her actions. Some say they've seen her. And none of the Star folk seem to comment one way or the other on it. They say that is only Blue Sky knows exactly what was in her mind and in her heart. And the only other one who might know is the Creator, and we don't know the Creator's mind. So they kind of try not to answer the question. They seem very uncomfortable with the conversation. Survey Expedition Delta is supported by the Windward Gamma fleet. remove Free Glamour for a little bit, just in case the Breen came back to retaliation. That doesn't happen, thankfully, and they're able to go on their merry way back to defending the Federation border, and you get to go back to hopefully exploring more of the Dawnland Fringe. For everyone watching out there, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, thank you very much for playing. And that is the end of the season. See you all next time. Bye. Wow.
Woof. Woof.
Did not know where you're all going to go with it. 'Cause I knew this wasn't going to be a clear call for you. I was like, this is, especially once you knew what happened. It depended if you found the away team, if you captured the Breen, if you talked to Blue Sky, which I knew one of the consequences was Blue Sky appears and challenges you, which if you don't have the Breen with you, then it's a different challenge. But if you do have him with you, she starts getting ready to murder him.
I really wasn't sure which way Alithia would go, but I liked going the kind of opposing direction there as it was playing out more and more. Because I could have, with her values and such, I could have justified, I think, going in either of those directions, but I think it was more interesting to have someone be like, no, this feels like moral grandstanding or something.
Yeah, and the ultimate decision not to shoot was that Alethea